Yo, welcome to Chop It Up Conversations and Stuff. This is the place where we basically introduce a few topics, some of them taboo, some of them mainstream, but it's the place where we come to have conversations, right? Conversations sometimes about difficult stuff, sometimes about stuff that just make us laugh, right? So the title of today's Chop It Up episode is the conversation we all fear, right? The conversation we all fear, right? And we all have topics and subjects that we all fear and are nervous to talk about. And even more so, there are conversations about those topics and subjects that we all fear, right? So what I want to do is I'm going to throw the link in the chat, right? And I'm going to ask the guys, once they come in, let me introduce the topic or whatever, and then we'll chop it up, because we don't want to just go off in 1,000 different directions. And unlike other joints, I do try to moderate here, so that in fairness to the conversation, we do have a full and robust conversation. Gonna ask you to subscribe to the channel, smash that like button, share on social media, of course. Want to make sure that we do those things so that more people can enjoy this setting, so that more people can find us and join in our conversation, right? So shout out to the chat. I see the chat. I see y'all. Yeah, don't be afraid to jump in and be on the live stream, man. The conversation, it probably does tend to get a little uncomfy sometimes, but if you like talking about this stuff, or you feel comfortable talking about certain things, you know what I'm saying? Come on in, get comfortable. We're going to chop it up. Right? All right. So I'll start. The conversations we all fear. The conversations we all fear. Right? So here's one. So I'm a middle-aged man with a daughter in her 20s. Right? I have a daughter in her 20s. She lives in another city, a big city. Right? And one of the conversations that I fear is that she hooks up with a loser, but she believes he's a winner. And I have to explain to her that the dude is a loser. I fear that conversation, right? Not because I fear the loser guy. I don't fear nobody. I don't fear people like that. But I fear breaking her heart, and I fear that she might tell me something that is unexpected, that I hear about, that I know about, but is unexpected. Right? Some stuff that you don't want to hear from your young daughter. Say for instance, y'all thinking I'm talking about, y'all might assume that I'm talking about she's pregnant from a guy that she just met. The dude is a loser and blah blah blah. Yeah, that stuff happens. That ain't the type of stuff that I'm talking about. City, what's good? The conversation that I fear is something like, daddy, he be putting his hands on me, and he think that, but he keep telling me that he love me. Those are the conversations that I fear. See, because if somebody put their hands on your daughter, you got to go put your hands on them. And I'm not advocating for violence. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. But as a father with a young daughter, you don't want some man, some stranger putting his hands on your daughter. This is a conversation that I fear. Right? Can you imagine, like 10:30 at night, getting a call from your daughter and she crying, talking about some dude in some strange city is putting his hands on her, and you like 200 miles away. You know what I'm saying? Then now you got to get in your car mad and drive, you know what I'm saying, to save your daughter from a bad situation. The whole time you've been telling her to, you know what I'm saying, make sure that you don't get into a bad situation. Right? So that's a conversation that I fear. Right? I'll have the conversation. Right? But my fear is not the conversation itself. It's the build up to that conversation. Like, Daddy, I got something I want to talk to you about, and it's bad. See, that's the part that I fear. Right? The conversation itself wouldn't necessarily have me afraid. It's just, you know what I'm saying, getting to a point where you have that conversation and she tell you something that fathers, you know what I'm saying, desperately did not want to hear, you know, the whole time. Like, you know, some dude, some loser is putting his hands on your baby. You know what I'm saying? Now you got to go choke his tongue out, possibly go to jail, and be away from your wife and be away from your family. You know what I'm saying? All because somebody made a bad decision. And it led to a whole string of bad decisions. Right? Right? Let me throw this thing in here. So salute to Choplo, City for Real, Nick's Gas was good. 0.5 was good. Was good. Mama said don't trust you was good. Congratulations on winning that merch too. L Jordan was good. Was good. Jay Giant was good. Good to see y'all. Jose Perez was good. Jose Perez, yeah, this is definitely something different. It's another show. It's actually the original. The Knicks at Night podcast and Knicks Morning Drive are actually were born after this one, right? But this one here is more of a more in line with, you know, people getting together, hanging out, talking about topics, talking about certain stuff, right? All right, so this right here is another show. It's on another channel. It's one of them joints though that I felt like was necessary. As I went about, as you know, as I hung out with guys, as I did other stuff, I realized there was no space like this on YouTube. Right? This is the place where we all come and hang out and talk about stuff. Like for instance, the topic of today's show, right? The topic of today's show is the conversation we all fear. Right? And so I'll give you another example. My brother used to talk to me about dying. Right? So he had some medical issues. Right? Had some medical issues, had kidney disease. He was diabetic. His kidneys failed. Right? Let me put this here. Put a topic of today's show here. The conversation we all fear, right? And I know y'all are in the chat like, man, I don't fear nothing. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Because historically, men don't like to open up about certain topics. Any topics, really. You know what I'm saying? Yo, yeah, let's hit up Sin Miz. Hey, Chop, hit up Sin Miz. That's what I meant to do that. But the time ran short on me. I want to get Sin Miz in here. Right. Matter of fact, I'm gonna call Sin Miz too. I'm gonna call Sin Miz, but yeah, you do. Yeah, you do fear. There are conversations that you fear. And my brother, right, was trying to have this conversation with me, but he didn't know how, because emotionally he wasn't ready, but emotionally he wanted to share. He wanted to share what was going on with him, right? So he's like, "Hey, bro, listen, I'm gonna die if I don't get a kidney transplant." Right? I was like, "Oh man, come on, bro, don't say that." He's like, "Nah, man, it is what it is. It is what it is. If I don't get a kidney transplant, I'm gonna die." I'm like, "Man, you too young to die, man. You what, 45? I ain't trying to have this conversation." You're like, "Yo, I got to, man. I got to have this conversation with somebody. Somebody got to listen to me. This is real." And so me and him, we ain't never had no serious conversations about that, like nothing like that. Our conversations used to be like, was like, "Yo, I'm gonna put some new rims, some wheels on the ride. I'm gonna buy a bigger house. You know, man, I spent $200 at the club." And so we live down south. So $200 at the club is crazy money. You hear me? $200 at the club? Are you serious? That's how many? You must have bought drinks for everybody in there, bro. I mean, I know some of y'all don't live down south. You know what I'm saying? Like, I live down south. So $200 in the club is a lot of money. Right. And we used to go to hole in the wall clubs. Like the club would have legit 100 people in there and it'd be packed. Right. Well, a hole in the wall joints. Right. So anyway, we never had no real serious conversations. But this one, both of us feared. Because for one, he couldn't talk about it without getting emotional, like crying or whatever. And I didn't want to see him in that state. Like, bro, what's so serious that's got you crying? Yo, Gash, your camera is crazy, yo. Can you hear me? Yeah, your camera is
I hear you. Is it too dark?
Yeah, maybe you got it. Yeah, maybe.
Let me fix it. I'm on the laptop.
Yeah, so he talked to me about being diabetic and about how this might be the end of the road. I was like, man, come on, bro. I ain't really ready for this. And he wasn't really ready for it either, but it had to happen. The conversation had to happen, right? So he talked to me. We were in the truck. And he was like, yo, I need $80,000 to get a kidney transplant. And I was like, this is just to get the kidney, right? This ain't count. This is not taking into account all the other stuff that go with it. All the other stuff, all the aftercare, the pre-care, all that stuff. None of that. No. This is walk in that day, get it done, $80,000, bam. And maybe the kidney will take to your body. Maybe. Right? Because if the kidney didn't take, guess what you got to do? You got to come up with $80,000 to do it all over again. Right? So he talked to me about it. We had the conversation. He didn't get the kidney transplant. He went on dialysis. Slowly but surely, his health declined. About a year and a half ago, he died. I hate to fast forward through the story, but the conversation was just like that. Like the conversation that we all fear. The conversation we all fear is like my conversation. The conversation I fear is my daughter, who's in her 20s, is trying to live her best life. She live in a big city, and her calling me, telling me some man putting his hands on her. You know what I'm saying? That's what I fear. The conversation part, not the dude, because he a goner, right? Not the dude that put his hands on your daughter now, because he a goner, right? But I'm talking about, the conversation itself. You got to have this hard conversation with your baby. Like you was there when she was born. You held her as an infant, and she grew up to be a lady. You know what I'm saying? And then now some man that you don't know or may know is putting his hands on her, right? That's a conversation that I fear. Nick Gash, you got a conversation that you fear?
Well, I wanted to pick up angle what you was talking about. Your talking to your brother, and actually, I was thinking about like little Duval. He went through the same thing. He had a friend that he was going through cancer, and this friend of him, JT, I remember that they gave him like 2 weeks of life. That went on to be 2 years of little Duval celebrating his life, basically like going skydiving, going to the Caribbean. Like they were doing every little like last minute memory with each other. And what he talked about is like people were saying like, you bugging, why are you showing him through this process? And he's like, well, sometimes a person that we love dies, and the first thing we think of is, oh, I wish I would have been able to tell them that like I love them, that or have memories with them. So it's very important if we talk about those things that are like things that are kind of like taboo. There's conversations that are taboo. With us being like, I'm pretty sure like a lot of us grew up in like single home, like mostly males that were raised by women and stuff like that, which is no problem with that. But there's a lack of male leadership a lot of times within our cultures or within our,
Right. What happened, yo? So your volume went out. No, I can't hear you, bro.
Oh no, I'm muted. I'm muted.
Okay. Yeah. So the conversation that we all fear, right? The conversation that we all fear, man, is one where it's like even if you prepared for it, even if you know what the conversation is going to be like in terms of tone and the subject, you know what I'm saying? You still have this sense of, man, I don't want to have this talk. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to have this talk. Right.
That's true.
So what about you? Do you have an example of a conversation that you fear?
A great conversation that I fear is mostly the revolving doors that is the school to prison pipeline. Me growing up in the Bronx. So I'm a political activist myself. I stopped being an activist in 2018, but from 2009 to like 2018, I was very in tune. I worked on Letitia James. She's currently the Attorney General of New York. So I put myself in the political movement mostly to stop and frisk. We managed to stop and frisk. I also advocated for immigrant rights. I got receipts. This is me on the cover of the Wall Street Journal, front cover. On the day of my birthday, when we saw the results of Eric Garner. So even though I'm an immigrant myself, I do try to take advantage of the fact that, like, let's say I'm an immigrant, but I'm privileged. Let's say, right? Why do I say I'm privileged? Because as a person that comes from another country, I get to see the opportunities I have in America that most likely, let's say the average kid in Harlem, the average kid in Flatbush might not know the disadvantages or the advantages of being an immigrant. You know, like, let's say, for example, growing up in the Bronx, I never joined a gang. Not because it was not cool. Actually, everybody wanted to join a gang. But I'm like, here I am, Colombian. How do I look joining a Dominican gang? Another part of it also is that when you're an immigrant, your friends could get in trouble and they could go to jail and they go to Rikers and they give you that story about we was in D block, da 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 da. I get deported.
Right.
I get deported. So you gotta live a fine line within society, because at the end of the day, I'm not the type of Latinos that I can say I'm Latino. Like, I look black, so I can't run away from that. You know, so for me to live this world and say, well, I'm Colombian and divide myself, I cannot. I'm a black man in society. So, but at the same time, sometimes I do code switch. Let's say, if that's what you could say. You know, is code switching a good thing or not? I don't know if it's not, but those are the type of things that, like, I actually have a nonprofit that I try to advocate for the end of the war on drugs, mostly.
Right.
You know, the war on drugs being unlimited money that the state government gets from the federal government. So let's say a lot of people don't know that the classification of drugs is very important, because if I'm a small town, like in upstate New York, for example, right? And I have a population of 50,000 inhabitants, and I need jobs. I need to produce something for my 50,000 population. So what I do, what a corporation like Western Union does is they be like, hey, Senegal, New York, we offer you to build a prison. This prison is gonna have 100,000 prisoners, right? That's gonna bring jobs to the community. That's gonna bring, a lot of capital to the community. The community, even though the prisoners won't be able to vote, will have 150,000 population. So, like, now you could get a lot of money from the federal government. Another thing is, people don't realize that every time you have a person in prison, a year in prison, which a year is just 3 quarters. You don't have to do a whole full year. So 3 months of 1 quarter. I mean, 1 month of prison is equal to $2,000 of taxpayer money that the federal government gives to the state level. You know, so a lot of times we don't realize that within capitalism, Uncle Sam looks at you like this. Let me get my cut. That's what Uncle Sam says. You know, let me get my cut. Why nobody joining the panel? I thought everybody was going to come in through the panel. Keyshawn, pull up to the panel. CP the artist, pull up to the panel. No, but let me just finish my point on that. So so it becomes a money making thing, because if you're making a lot of money in society, we have a judicial system that says you could be able to pay a lawyer, you could be able to pay your bond, and you could get out. But if you're not making enough money for capitalism will make money out of you. Meaning that if you like making less than $50,000, if you're not making no money in society, you know, all you do is take. We have a hotel called prison, or like prison system, and we could keep you there. And now New York State makes $60,000 out of you.
Right. Per person.
You know, so it's a revolving door because it's a business.
Right. Wow. So I'm gonna tell you this, man. When it comes to the conversation that we all fear, I have a lot of them. Right. I have a fear. Right. A conversation. A fear of the conversation about our place in society, right? Not just race and age and gender and socioeconomic standing, but I think persons are being categorized in so many different groups that people legit forget about the person, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
We get too caught up on label.
Hey, salute AP Trader.
Salute, fellas.
So
Salute AP Trader.
All right, salute. What's your name again, brother? I'm sorry, Freeze. I apologize. What's your name again, good brother? Because I can't see your name on the.
Oh, now we Nick Gas. So we are Nick fanatic.
Gas. I'm gonna just call you Gas. I got you, Nick Gas. Nick Gas. All right, definitely. Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Hey. So what we saying is this, like, yo, you can be like there are some negative stereotypes in our society, but if you have money, you can wash all that stuff away, right?
No,
you don't think so?
Nah.
Okay.
Because I can use examples. I experienced it myself. It's a society like we have to. I don't know. I'm gonna let you finish though, because on that part, no. Because look at Kanye West. He's a prime example. People say, "Oh, he's losing his mind. He's bugged out." No, Kanye West thought it was gonna be different for him because he married Kim, and he has the money that he has. Him and Jay, but he's always reminded on who he is. Right? You have to look at all the old celebrities. They could shuck and jive and coon, but they're gonna get reminded. Look at Bill Cosby. Right. Look at the comedian, the short brother. What was his name? Not that
you talking about Cat Williams?
Cat Williams.
Look at Cat Williams. They made examples out of these people. You have to look at Hollywood and the industry. They use these people. Now look, I'm not into politics. Everybody's gonna say what they want. Even like, okay, how Nick Gas just came with he was talking about his nonprofit. See, you was using prison as an example. That's not really a good example to me, because we already know who that is set up for when you're talking about prison. Right. If you want to talk about business, that is not business. That is basically killing people, or as genocide. They just put it as business. Okay, so we have to understand that a lot of things that we're following behind the system is not good for us. If it was, we'll be in a different situation as far as in our communities. I'm not talking individuals, I'm just saying in the community. We have to know that Hollywood and a lot of these athletes right now, they'll promote things and don't have no knowledge about it.
Facts.
That is very dangerous. If you're not a doctor, not studying on vaccines, you shouldn't be on TV promoting and telling people to get a vaccine. But how much did you read about it?
Trey, that's why I basically started the conversation with saying the school to prison pipeline. For example, I went to school in Bronx School for Law, Government, and Justice. It's right in 163rd. When they build the new Bronx courthouse right in 163rd, they build my school right in front of it. At 8 in the morning, coming into school, it was the same time that the Central Bookings bus will pass through. In the back of the how you call it, the courthouse is basically the front of my school.
It was the front of your school. So you saw everybody going to the boat.
Yo, growing up in the Bronx, it's so psychotic that now as a 30-year-old, I'm realizing that we used to make fun of each other when you never been inside here? We used to be like, we used to be fascinated with like prison life, if you never went to Rikers, we would say, yo, you pussy. Yeah. So we're so mentally like programmed to kind of like, you understand? Like
condition.
Like for example, in my case, let's say in Colombia, for example, if you go to Colombia, if you do the things that I've done, for example, they don't look up to them. If you went to school, if you graduated, they're like, Right. But if you're a drug dealer, you're a doctor. You're a doctor.
Of course. Well, it's culture.
Or the equivalent of a doctor status.
Of a doctor.
But you have to look at that. Who pushed that agenda to Colombia or that part of the world, right? The place that we say is the best and the great. We already know we don't have to go into that. If you at a certain age, when society shows you certain things, you shouldn't have to talk about it because you should know. But sometimes people don't know and they have to understand and hear it, right? Like even with hip hop, Uncle Freezy could tell you, he's older than me a little bit. Hip hop wasn't meant to be where it's at right now.
Right.
That's why they did what the hip hop was news to let me know what was going on in Cali, Texas, or Colombia, Florida, New York. It was us talking to each other saying, hey, that's how NWA got big, because they was letting you know about the police brutality over there. Right. New York, we was talking more conscious. We had the African patches. You know, we had our errors. We had the 5%. You had the South. The South changed because when Outkast first came out, look how they were. And then it just changed, evolution, you know, different sounds of music came out. But now it's corporations in it, corporate America, so now it's different. So we have to look at it like, yeah, capitalism is good, but you have to know how to control it. It's like a dog.
I got to say,
good.
let me say something.
Yeah, go on, CP. Salute, CP.
Salute. Here's the thing, right? Capitalism is a tool, like a hammer, right? You could take a hammer and drive a nail into some wood and build a house with a hammer. But you could take that same hammer and hurt somebody with it.
Of course.
Capitalism, right? Depending on who has it in their hands. You can have good people with it. You can have bad people with it. There's nothing wrong with the tool. It's who is using it is the problem. Can we agree on that? Even if you're against capitalism?
No, I'm not against capitalism.
No. I know, but I know. I want to know. What gas you know is thinking. You know, gas was thinking. And my thing is like this, right? Jay-Z, someone mentioned Jay-Z, right? I love the verse where he says, I can't help the poor if I'm one of them. I can't help the poor and I'm one of them. I just talked to somebody on Friday, lives in Germany, and Germany is a capitalistic society. No. It's their system is socialism. I says, how is it? I want to know how is it? And she said to me, this German woman, it is not that great. Because when the pandemic hit, things fell apart. The structure fell apart, right?
Now,
here's the bad part.
I just want to reiterate that what you said. It's really not socialism. It's that they're involved in the euro, and that's what makes it socialism. That's why she's saying it's not great, because they pay for taxes for other people in other countries. That's why people are leaving the euro.
That's why England.
No. This is how it works. Hold on.
Germany is the richest country besides England and Europe to this day. They're the ones who bailed out everybody else with the euro.
Yes. Well, let me explain. In Germany, right, you could only make, I think, on average, 25,000 a year. You get a room, a small room. Anything that you make over that, you're taxed higher. They paid for everything. The German people explained to me is why America can never go to socialism, because we are in debt. And just like you said, I'm confirming what you said. Germany makes more money every year than we do. But the thing is that because the pot is shared equally, no one could get any higher than a certain amount where you pay more and more taxes. Now, I was a little bit off my point. Now, here's where capitalism became bad. Like, you know, when the pandemic hit, and someone mentioned the vaccines and everything like that. You know, we bought up most of the vaccines for us. The place where the vaccine is being manufactured in India, their people cannot even get the vaccine, and they are infected at 300,000 a day.
The numbers,
Right.
yeah, I know what you're
Right.
saying. But
But because
another,
we're not sharing the patents with them because we own the patents. So even though we like he said, even though it comes from India, they cannot use our patents to be able to duplicate the vaccine.
No. Wait. You're missing the point, right? If the factories are made in Asia, right? The factories
they're making the vaccine as well.
They're making it there, but it's a company. So because it's a company, and I come with a check that say, "Hey, I want 6 million doses," right? And they could only make, maybe 8 million doses. You are out of luck if you don't get it. It's about business. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
And
CP,
so,
that's how. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. As far as the vaccine, you have to understand numbers are always going to be tampered with in different media because China makes the vaccine. They're not distributing it to their people. Okay, you have to look at that. That's what they're saying in India. Maybe they don't want to give it to their people, and they're just saying that to make it seem like, oh, we don't have enough vaccine. We can't, they have nuclear weapons. They have millionaires. They're into technology. So, it's, their government, they're not like a government in Africa or South America that we need to worry about India.
Yeah, India is not third world, bro.
Okay, so let's stop there and know that this whole vaccine thing.
Oh, no.
They're not really, bro.
Let me stop you there.
They just have a poverty system. And that's how that's how you have to look at it. That's how their government, that's how they deal with each other. That's how they deal with each other. We can't look at it.
You cannot say.
Okay, now I'm going to say one thing, like what CP said. If capitalism was so good, then why we have poverty in these countries? Why everybody comes to America? Capitalism is not good. Okay, we have to deal with it. We want to set it to our minds because we want to look at the individual level and say, I got mine. I'm not saying socialism is good. I favor capitalism because you should get what you work and how hard you work for something. But let's not act like the game is not rigged going back hundreds of years.
The HIV levels in Atlanta are bigger than some countries in Africa right now. So
that's another story. That's another story because and this is another.
Wait a minute. So what's that got to do? What's that got to do with capitalism?
No, but no. See, one thing we have to learn about capitalism is the media lies.
When we judge third world countries, we judge them by things like that.
We judge third world countries by gross domestic product.
It's not by age. That's not by GDP. Profits and what the country progresses and grows with.
Right. All right.
Atlanta is more successful Black people than any other state. So of course they're gonna say that. We have to know we're under attack, right? And I'm not gonna just say everybody or it's a race thing. It's media this. So when they say those numbers, can you really believe that? We know the numbers is high. We know this, but Gay has been in Atlanta for about 20 years, out openly over 20 years. So I don't think people are just out there having unsafe sex because women are checking you. You go to the club, she's gonna squeeze your booty to make sure you're straight because she'll know by your reaction. Because my friend went down there, and that's what happened to him.
I live in Atlanta, and I used to work for the CDC.
Hey, girl.
No, that ain't that type of party. But listen, I live in Atlanta, and the thing is that the promiscuity rates among same-sex couples, male, is very high.
Of course.
And they still are the leading group in terms of infection. So now getting back to the whole COVID thing and whatever. No, the numbers I was saying is a fact because you mentioned China. You said the China that they're not even giving the Chinese the vaccine. Well, it's because they don't have any COVID cases being reported in China because according to them, because they had SARS. Wait. Because
the topic is capitalism, Mama said.
Okay.
Because they dealt with SARS and all those other viruses, they knew how to lock down the whole country, right? And
you mean infrastructure?
So you mean communism was helpful?
Cuba doesn't have that many cases as well.
We gotta stay on topic.
Yeah, Cuba did real good with COVID, and they're bringing out a vaccine we have to understand that it's also, a cleansing method. Listen, it's about fear, right? And that's what this whole cop topic goes back to, as far as Freezy said about the fear, right? Fear is an illusion. It's good to be aware. I'm not afraid of anything, because once you prepare yourself for something, then good and bad comes. Once you have wisdom in this world, when you're young, yeah, you fearful. But once you hit a certain age, fear shouldn't be clicking into you anymore. This is what it is. It's the reality. You live a certain lifestyle, right? Be ready for what comes with it. We've been talking in America about 2000 and this. You're seeing zombie movies on TV every day. You don't think a pandemic is going to come?
AP Trader, how about if I ask if the fear could also be population control, population,
yeah.
the fact that if you go to a school right now, huh?
Hold on, y'all.
Yeah, let CP get it. My bad, CP. Yeah.
They will take this thing down. YouTube has an algorithm. You talk all that stuff, they're gonna take this thing down.
All right, never mind.
I'm gonna tell you. Look, I already told, like, there's keywords, whatever, that you can't say. You know what I'm saying? So maybe we should switch gears. But my thing is like this, y'all. Like, let's have a conversation where it's not. How should I put it? Let's teach me, right? Like, right. I will listen to what you say, right? If you know what I'm saying, we could bring more statistics and research, even if it's not from, like, let's say the mainstream media or whatever. I'm not saying like use those sources or whatever. But one thing I don't do is, like, I never deal with conspiracy theories, because everything could be a conspiracy theory. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just, like, look.
But why? Can I ask you a question, CP? Why wouldn't you think it might not be? If you found out today that mostly 95% of things you learned was false and lies, then why can't it be?
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said. Let me finish. Okay. Let me finish. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah. That's absolutely true. But here's the thing, though. Even information that I get, I gotta double check that. Okay, I gotta double check everything that I'm getting, because
that's the research. But now, after you double checked it and you found out that it was a lie, what are you gonna say? What are you gonna say? Oh, conspiracy theories is mostly conspiracy theories are basically for somebody else that don't want you to know the truth. So they'll say, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. Wherever there's smoke, there's fire.
Well, listen, I remember back in 99. Let's say 99, right? 1999. They said the world was going to end because most computers didn't have 4 digits. They only had 2. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Nothing
Can I ask you a question now?
Remember,
Can I ask you a question?
Wait. You let AP. You got to let us talk, man. You got to let us talk.
You're right. I apologize.
And so I remember when the Mayan calendar said that in 2012 the world was going to end. Mm-hmm. And here's the thing about conspiracy theories, right? You need everybody to shut up. Like, if me and you are going to have this scheme to, create havoc or whatever, right? And then we need multiple people to pull this off. No shadow, maybe a shadow government or whatever. Yeah. Somebody got to keep their mouth shut. So the bigger the conspiracy theory, right, the more people you need to lie about it, because that's the only way you get anything done. And it's hard for me to believe, right, that in where we have human beings.
I don't know what is it
involved.
That you're conspiracy. Can you say which one is it that you're calling conspiracy?
No, I'm just saying like this, right? Like, I'm not saying what you guys. No. I'm not talking about you. This is a general statement. It's in general. It's not what anything what you guys had said. It's a general statement, right? So if somebody said, like, yo, we never land on the moon, right? Will people believe? We never land on the moon, right?
Yeah.
So then I'm going to research. I'm like, okay.
And then you find out we didn't land on the moon.
How many
right?
people were
you found
involved?
out we didn't land on the moon when you did the research. You found out that it was all government to go against Russia. That's how the Cold War started. The whole meaning behind the Cold War was to bankrupt Russia, and that's what they did.
They even said that during the Cold War, they used to have inflated like tanks, inflated like gear just to scare the Russians. It could seem like there was more people coming.
They were sending rockets up and things like that. Now I don't want to cut CP's time, but CP, you said about moon. Do you think we landed on moon when they said they did in 1964, 68? See, because we have to understand there's two people out here. Some who will never even believe the truth.
I don't know, man.
See?
Honestly,
that's what I'm saying.
Honestly, right? I don't know.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this in place of CP. I believe the technology that's available is too easy to get to the moon, bro. It's too easy to get there. Because in order to get there, you don't need, say space-aged rocket ships. You need math and geometry. You know what I'm saying? And we have that in computer. Hold on, guys. Hold on. And so you need it in terms of the stuff that you need is basic stuff. You need stuff to protect men, right? From the elements, because space is a vacuum, right? Everybody knows. So you just need, you need, scuba type stuff, right? Mm-hmm. To live outside of a vacuum sealed spaceship, right? And you need geometry and processors that can process things quickly. Now, basically what I'm getting at is computing power, right? When we went from doing math on paper to having machines do the math for us, it streamlined all of that stuff. Like legit computing operating systems can self-correct in real time faster than a human being can even think about what the problem is, right? So say going to the moon is one thing. I believe going to the moon. Have you been to the moon? Yes. Too easy for people that want to put billions and billions and billions of dollars into going there.
Okay.
Right now, if there were no resources available, if this was not a concerted effort by multiple countries around the world to get there, I would say no. And the second part is, if we hadn't been, how come we never heard people that actually were involved say that it's a hoax? We always hear it's a hoax from people that
they signed letters too. You know how it is. He was in the military, Freezy. It's not like that. You can't. It's not an athlete. Even athletes can't say anything.
Right.
Okay. We have to understand everything that's being said to you is staged. Just like when they have their protests, right? They know what they're gonna say to the audience and to the reporters. They've been already rehearsed, PR. Okay. Just like Black Lives Matters. Is that movement for Black people? It's not.
What about the Van Allen?
So what I'm trying to say, yeah, okay, all right, go on. I just want to say this. So the way they can trick you with those things, you think they can't trick you with other things? A lot of things are illusion. People still think money is real. That we're in debt with somebody.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. AP. I don't know if you read any books from. He's my favorite author, but Robert Greene. And Robert Greene, 48 Laws of Power.
Yeah.
All that stuff where he really gets into the Machiavellian thing. Mm-hmm. So based off of like how things operate, you see, what you say is, I believe, I understand what you're saying. Like when you said Black Lives Matter, there's all movements, right? Where our emotions are weaponized, because we'll get on social media and we will say our disgust for something, whatever, and then what they call it, virtual signaling will happen, and then now people in a small group become a large group, and then they react. You know what I'm saying? It's like voting. It's like it's like voting, right? Like politicians, they'll tell us, right? You know, if you don't vote for us, you're going to die. You know, they demonize the other party, but are we really gonna die?
Yeah, but it's the people that they go after. But what I mean by as far as the group is not for us because it's not made, you can never support a corporation that is not made from the individual or the groups of people themselves.
No. Stay with me. Just stay with me for a second, because I'm agreeing with you, but I just want us to see a larger point, right? That media, social media, the things in the airways, manipulate and weaponize our emotions.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? And what we do is, right, we don't stop to think, analyze, and strategize on the best form of actions. You know what I'm saying? It's like, look, from the 60s, we've been marching, right? But don't you know, like the enemy, after 60 years, figured out a way to get us mad and still do nothing. Think about that.
I wouldn't say it was that. It was because they were able to put drugs in the community. See, this is the thing.
Okay, hold on.
You have to go after the 60s. Heroin came out. Let's not forget, free base led to crack.
No.
So you have to understand.
Wait. Stay with me. Right? Stay with me. We could have that. We can have that discussion.
Don't forget Concho Pro and Edgar Hoover. Like Hoover was actually infiltrating a lot of those causes too. Don't under legitimize a lot of movement.
Yes. I know.
You might also say we live in a simulation because everything kind of repeats itself. You know, if you go back to 1923, there was also a pandemic back then. There was also the type of injustice. So like we kind of going back to like coming to another decade. This decade came in like strong. You know.
No. Gas. What I'm trying to say is this, right? For 60 years, if you do the same thing, and there's someone smarter than you that found out a strategy, like you just said, there was informants and whatever and so forth and so on. So obviously, the strategy to have change has to operate a different way, not the same way as it has done for the last 60, 70 years. Because as your enemy evolves with its weaponry, its tactics, we have to evolve too. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
I would say we always evolve, but it's not that.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
We can't say that we evolve. All right, I'm going to show you, CP. It's a difference to know evolving, or it's a difference to know when people say we all love each other, we're all one, we're all human beings, kumbaya. But then you still have to fight for certain rights.
Here's the thing.
That's no difference. You know how we evolve? Because we create things. Their kids are now using the N-word. Their daughters now is looking at another man. Before you was getting hung for looking at her. Now she looking at you, trying to make sure that you get her attention, that she gets your attention. It's different. So we are evolving, right?
Let's give the floor to Nerd. I mean Eddie C.
Oh, Eddie, what's going on, Eddie? How you doing, C?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
What up, Eddie?
I guess 10 minutes ago we were kind of like, I don't know if we were on the same topic.
No. So the topic was the conversation we all fear. And I gave an example of this conversation. Me being a middle-aged man with a 20-something-year-old daughter, and she fine too. She a cutie. She kind of like a mama. You know what I'm saying? So she a little, you know what I'm saying? She a little cutie. Dude, I be walking with a hole in the hand. Dudes be looking, and I'm like, "Hey, what you looking at?"
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Don't get one of these. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? She a little cutie and she's smart. You know what I'm saying? Little go getter, right? Right.
I have the same problem. I have the same problem, by the way.
And right. So, and my fear is one of these days I'm gonna have that conversation. The conversation that I fear is some dude that she messing with is putting his hands on her, and I'm 150 miles away, right? And hearing her on the phone saying how she trusted him and she loved him, and now he beating her. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not there to protect her. You know what I'm saying? And I'm having that conversation. That's the conversation that I fear. And I give another example. My brother, the conversation that my brother feared was death. He was like he had kidney failure, right? And he was like, "Yo, bro, man, if I don't get a kidney, I'm gonna die." I was like, "Man, don't talk like that, man. Man, you don't never have no heavy conversations like that." He was like, "Yo, listen to me, bro. If I don't do something, I'm gonna die." Right? And you know what happened? We wasn't able to do anything, and he passed away.
Oh man.
Right? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And he's younger than me. He was like 45. He was like 45, 46 years old. You know what I'm saying? And you watch your little brother, knowing that he's gonna die, slowly pass away in front of you. Because you know what I'm saying, like you can't help it because the stuff is not there for him to still be here. So the topic was the topic was the conversation we all fear. Like, what conversation is out there that you fear? And AP Trader said something which was smart. He was like, after a while, you shouldn't fear anything after you get experienced. And I'm paraphrasing what he said. You know what I'm saying? It's not doing justice to what he said because I prefer for him to build on it, but he referenced that. Right. And so we talked about that, and then it evolved just like conversations do. When you start chopping it up, conversations evolve into other stuff. But that was a topic, man, that we started with.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a good topic, Freezy.
So from what you just said, I can go in 3 avenues, right? We can talk about the topic that we were talking about when I jumped in, which was about being misled, be it culturally, or be it. I was looking at the chat and I guess Chop was talking about UFOs and stuff like that, and I guess that was the topic, and I was going to jump in because I have a certain topic that I could talk about that's very interesting and right. That's one avenue, right? Another avenue is what you said about the baby girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a baby girl. She's 15 years old, and I have that same problem, bro. I'm going through it right now, but at the end of the day, we were kids. You know what's gonna happen. You just have to try to teach them and hope that they learn how to fend for themselves, because that's what this is all about, right? This is all about nurturing them, teaching them, giving them the experiences that you've been through, so that they can make wiser decisions than you made when you were a child, right? And then the third conversation, which was, talking about what you fear. I'm gonna put it to you like this: I live in a less developed country than the United States of America, right? Everybody knows that I live in Costa Rica. And for some reason, when you live in these smaller countries, everybody is really tight knit. Everybody is real family. You wake up and you say hello to your neighbors. And one thing that's very prominent in these small countries is death. Death is always all around you. Your next door neighbor, your cousin, your cousin's cousins, your wife's cousins, your wife's uncles. Death is something that ever since I came to this country has been a part of my life, and not in a bad way. It's just the ever evolving a door of what we're here for. You know what I'm saying? When I came over, the first thing that happened to me was I lost my mother from cancer at the age of 24 years old.
Yeah,
I was a very young boy. And that was my first lesson of that maybe that topic that we're talking about, what you fear the most. Because when you're a kid, you're like, yeah, you talk about it and you think about it and you don't want to do it. You don't want to go. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to die.
Right.
So my wife, my mom's passed away. I don't want to keep on going past who else has passed away, but it just kept on happening periodically, to where I basically became numb to it and understood it, that hey, you know, this is gonna happen no matter what. And seeing it happen to people that are young, to people that are old, to people that are middle aged, it's just part of God's plan. And you basically just have to lend yourself to it and understand that it can happen at any time. And you know, bad I don't want to say necessarily bad things happen, but things that test you during your lifetime happen to you, and you just have to be stronger for it, and you have to build upon it. And
so is that a conversation that you fear? So the conversation about death is a conversation that you fear?
No, not at all. It's a conversation that I actually relish. And I don't know if I'm crazy. I don't know if I'm crazy or something, but every so often, you know, when you probably asleep and you start thinking about stupid things, and you know, sometimes the death comes into your mind. For some reason, I smile. So I don't know what that means.
You're at peace. Means that you're at peace. Like you feel, huh?
I guess so, because I really don't understand it. But when I think about it, all I know is that for some reason I smile.
You know what it is too? It's like when I talk to my grandmother, and it's like she's looking forward to it. And it's like,
hey man, how you doing? Sorry about that, CP.
You know, she's really religious, you know, and I am too, you know, but I'm not that religious, you know what I'm saying? Where I'm like, but I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Like I've had near-death experiences,
right?
And something about like those near-death experiences, I feel this same emotion. It's like this, my body kind of shuts down, and like and it feels like I'm like in another plane. I don't know if that makes sense. You know,
it makes total sense. It makes total sense. You're not the first person that
body experience type of thing.
Yeah. Go ahead, Eddie. What are you saying?
I know that I've had a lot of people tell me about that same thing, you know, even as close as like, I don't really want to get into it, you know what I'm saying, that deep, but even as somebody as close as my wife, who also had a near-death experience, tells me the same thing that you said. You know what I'm saying? Like if she would have gone, it would have been so peaceful.
Yeah.
So
it's like your body. It's like that. It's like it was like no. It's like the weirdest feeling in the world. Like your body, like your soul, you know, it levitates like out of you, and you're like at peace with everything. You know what I'm saying?
So,
and
yes.
Go ahead.
Will you guys say that it's good to be desensitized then? Because sometimes I feel like, let's say, I look at the rap industry, for example. Last year in 2020, 200 rappers died. I've been actually so into like early 2012. That's when drill music started. Drill music from Chicago. Drill music is like the go-to now. You know, like talking about who died and self-incriminating yourself is the new thing in rap, and it's been going on like, and it's in New York, it's in Atlanta, it's everywhere. So I'm like, we just become so desensitized to our rappers dying that when another rapper gets killed, it's like we smoking on the opposition and things like that, you know. So is it good to also be desensitized, or is it bad, or I don't know, like question?
I would say that. Can I? Yeah, go on, CP. Go on. No, my bad. I was gonna say
it was bad because we have to appreciate life and each other. You know what I'm saying? Because we only get one life to live. And so my thing is like, it's desensitized because we have social media showing it to us 24/7. Like, God rest her soul, but the young lady had lost her life a couple of weeks ago. I did not watch that video, and I refuse to watch any of these videos.
I don't know what video
Because
was that, but I don't watch none of that.
Hey, y'all, let me do something real quick. Let me introduce Alpha Sigma Gamma.
All right.
Yeah, so this is my guy. So y'all don't know who he is. He hadn't been on the live stream before, but he is like my brother, a wealth of knowledge, very spiritual guy. Sometimes he likes to cheat at golf, but I let him. but I let him. But a very smart, intellectual guy. Generally, when he speaks, the stuff that he talks about is very relevant. Has been through a lot in his life also, and so when we have topics like this, he is he's perfect for this setting. Alpha Sigma Gamma, how you doing?
I'm doing well, man. How's everybody doing?
Good,
Doing
good,
sir.
good.
Right.
It's good to see you, bro. It's good to see you. How you been?
I've been doing it, man. Been doing it. Trying to
Good.
keep practicing so I can stop cheating when we play golf.
Oh man, come on, man. Come on. You know I'm an athlete, bro. I'm an athlete.
I know.
Okay. All right. I'm just
They
trying.
won't let me in Darlington because you're the athlete.
See there. All right. So our topic today, and we're kind of getting on the periphery of it some, but I think it's relevant. So the topic is the conversation we all fear. Like I was legit saying before you got here, that a conversation I fear is that my daughter, who's in her 20s, is living in a major city by herself. And I don't want to have that conversation where she calls me and she has a problem that I can't fix because I'm so far away. And such as she's in a relationship with a man and the man is putting his hands on her. And I'm 150 miles away and can't be there right away. Right. And so that's an example. That's just an example.
Can I ask the question to the example?
Sure.
You wouldn't be able to fix it even if you was right around the corner, because she's going to want to do what she wants to do. The consequences of our actions is because we don't think it over. Thereby, we end up doing it over and over and over and over again.
Right.
And
Right.
the willingness to be the parents that we should be to our children have left us with a generation of people who don't know the things that we've grown up with that have made us succeed.
Right.
And so, I'm listening, but the question becomes, what do we do? Well, what can we do? Because it looks like to me that if we're saying that it's the devil that's doing this stuff, and so that means that the devil doesn't fear anything or anybody except God. However, we're going to the devil and asking the devil to play fair. The devil doesn't play fair.
I just wanted to say something real quick. Go on. I'm sorry.
And so, a lot of what's happened is the lack thereof of what we could have done. When we could have gotten educated, when we could have took the keys and kept them, we chose different routes of different things. And so here is the consequences behind our actions. Before Black Lives Matter, people were being killed. Crips and Bloods would be, if I knew Crips and Bloods was going to be as big as it was, we could have brought stock in that, because they're now infiltrated into the armed services.
They're breaking up, man.
He's breaking up, but
we're asking, before Black Lives Matter, South Chicago been killing each other for years.
Right.
Now,
not one person, not one person. No, yes, you can, because what's happening is it's black on black crime. We've been killing each other. We haven't given ourselves an opportunity to do anything.
Hold on. Can we moderate this? Can I be the moderator? We can't be like talking about fried chicken and turn around and talk about the LA
Yeah, yeah.
Dodgers. Like we got to stay on topic. We're talking about, you know, one thing, and this happened several times. So if y'all allow me to moderate, let's
Sure.
stay on.
Sounds
Let's
good.
stay on like teaching our kids, you know, the
I
hard
just-
questions. You know what I'm saying? The hard
Okay, I
lessons.
just wanted to follow up with this brother right here. I'm just saying, every race, every community has that. Okay, like it goes back to saying that. Remember when you said the devil doesn't fear anybody? That's not true. The devil's fearing a strong-minded person who stands on his square. The devil goes after the weak. He goes after the sheep. He goes after those who are not strong in themselves and in their belief on who they are.
Facts.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, if you lived in an Asian neighborhood, Asian gangs go after each other.
Yeah.
Latin gangs go after. So this is the media again, just putting it on us. We have to know as a people, we are the stepping stone that they use to make us look bad in America. So when others come here, they're saying, "Hey, look at the niggas, look at the Morenos, look at the blackies over there. Look how they acting. Look at their neighborhoods. Look at the projects." Before we was living in the projects. Who was living in the projects before black folks were living in the projects?
Yep.
Okay, it was Irish, Italians. Okay, the reason they got out the projects is because after World War II, they got GI bills to get houses. So when we talking about certain things, we have to go to history to know what it is, because we can't say, "Oh yeah, black on black crime." Crime is crime now. We know that, and we.
Redlining.
Exactly. And we know there's other brothers out there, OGs. Everybody's trying to talk to the youth and been trying to stop that. That's just the media, like the East and the West Coast beef. There was no East and West Coast beef. It was just some people was riding with Tupac, some people was riding with Biggie.
Got it. Hold on. Like again, we're gonna go down rabbit trails that we can't, you know, whatever. So let's let Gas, you know, say his piece, and let's try to stay on Freezy's point.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to follow up. That's all. My bad, fellas.
We got a lot of time to talk about that. Then maybe that'll be, you know, a couple of topics down the line. You know.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Gas. Gas, you there?
You muted, Gas. You muted. Gas, you muted.
Yeah, I'm back. Sometimes it's a tricky situation because when you just, for example, like within Black Lives Matter, like I'm an activist myself, right? Sometimes I criticize the same group because, let's say, the only way I'm useful is if I'm screaming or if I'm like yelling around, but the structure is always built by a lot of black women. I'm not mad at that because at the same time, it's our fault as men. We're not graduating. Black women are competing with Asian men, white men. We're not competing with the same type of levels. They're graduating in a different level. So right now within society, that's why we have a Black Lives Matter, that the CEO is buying $1 million houses. You know, and the only time that the black man is helpful for the cause is when we're dead. And that's why I don't associate myself no more, because it's like, okay, we're just continuing the same thing, but we're not putting money on. For example, I'm not a Democrat. Like, I'm not here as a Democrat. I work for the Workers' Party family in Brooklyn. Like, it's a new party that, you know, it's just like gentrification is a problem, you know, within our society. Food deserts. I don't know if you guys ever heard of food deserts. The fact that, like, I grew up in the Bronx.
I live in one.
When you grow up in the Bronx, all you have is what? Chicken spot, like liquor stores, etc. When you build the I-95 in Miami, when you build the Mayor Diggin in the Bronx, what happens is you divide the Bronx in two, and a part of the Bronx becomes what? Hudson Point's a prostitution side, and then you have most of the population in one side, and you don't have efficient food. Another thing is when you build a highway, what happens? The asthma levels in our population goes up. So now the average Bronx kid asthma level goes up 75% after you have a Mayor Deegan. And those are the discussions they don't tell us. The reason why we have a prospect, not a Central Park. You know what? Central Park used to be it used to be a Native American.
Black. Yeah.
No, it was black. It was black.
That's why Harlem is black, because that was a black community. So those are the type of topics they don't like to talk about.
Sakana tribe.
Let me just finish right now.
Okay.
Let me just finish right now. Manhattan Beach in California just passed a legislation because there was a family. If you Google it, there was a black family that was thrown out because this black family had bought this property at the beach, right? So the city of the city actually kicked them out, and so now they're giving reparations to that family because the reason why they didn't like it was because Manhattan Beach didn't want a community of black people coming in, and because black people used to come in and like. So that's the thing about it, that like sometimes, yes, we tend to repeat the same thing, but within generations, we have generations that now are growing up with the phone. You know, a 3-year-old has an iPhone already, so the information is here. You don't need a book. You don't need, you don't need to follow European type of like information because history is told by the winners. I'm done.
You know, I said for 5 times if we could just stay on topic. We can't stay on topic.
I just want to follow what he said. I just want to follow what he said.
Hold on, man. Like, because this is turning into spaghetti. It's all over the place. It got to be like a waffle. You know what I'm saying? We got to contain these things. But getting back to Freezy's thing, man, because you and your wife have shown
everything I said,
example.
you can take one topic out of everything I said. So everything that I said was garbage, basically. Everything that I said was.
I never said it was garbage.
No, that's not what you said.
No. It's not garbage.
Nah.
It's undermining a person because I'm a young person and I need answers from you from your age.
Yeah,
so
that's why I want to follow up real quick, Freezy.
Wait a minute.
So CP, the artist is saying so we introduced the topic, and what happened is what you said was on another topic. So either we can change the topic or stay on the original topic, is what we getting at. But we can't do But what we can't do is title the live stream one thing and then talk about something else because it's deceptive to the people that click on the video. You know what I'm saying? Right. So if you want to change the topic, you have to say during the video, okay, we spoke about that. We're going to change the topic and move in a different direction. Because you have to remember,
we got shows. We don't like, we could dedicate a show to, you know, certain topics. You know what I'm saying? Like whether, you know, Black Lives Matter or, you know what I'm saying, everything you talk about, which is important. But the thing was like Freezy was talking about his 22-year-old daughter and the uncomfortable talk. What does that have to do with people on Long Beach Island?
You're right.
Nothing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be that dude, but we're trying to build this thing into a thing. So it's like we gotta moderate, you know, things. So it's like
because like what you said was dope. What you said was dope. It's just when people, you know, it's just
it was dope.
We need
I mean, come on, King.
It was hella dope. It was hella dope.
Yeah.
So then I'm gonna speak about. I'm gonna stay on topic and I'm gonna speak about like my experiences that I've been having with my daughter, who's 15 years old, right? In Costa Rica, there's a lot of white, blue-eyed, blonde women. My wife has colored eyes. She's not blonde, but she comes from family, you know, of that ilk, right?
Are you saying she was? So you saying she white?
My daughter?
No, your wife.
My wife, she's morena. She's like my complexion. You know what I'm saying? We have a tint to our complexion. Right? We're not totally white, right?
Okay. So what is morena? What's morena?
Morena is probably like a little bit lighter than gas.
Okay.
Like a trigueña. It's like caramel type of,
I thought morena means black. It's Moorish, like black.
Right. That's
morena.
what
it's black. Yeah. That's what I always thought.
I mean, there's different. I guess so. It just depends on where you live, I guess. But I don't think you're wrong either. I don't think you're wrong either. But let's just say she's caramel. Let's just put it to you like that. You know what I'm saying? But again, her family. A lot of her family are more lighter skinned than she is. She has green eyes, right? And I'm trigueño too. You know what I'm saying? I guess I'm trigueño. I don't know if it's the sun over here.
So what does that mean?
Yeah.
This is the point that I'm getting to. Okay. So my daughter came out white as paper. white as paper. Me and my wife, we got the same complexion, a darker complexion than her. She came out white as paper, blue eyes, blonde hair. Don't look nothing like both of us. She looks like my wife's family, right? She has a lot of my wife's family in her. When she was born, I was like, wow, look at this little white baby, blue-eyed baby, blonde hair baby come out of me. You know, I got black hair. You see my beard, rough black hair, brown eyes. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, wow, look at this beautiful thing.
Right.
Baby was born, growing up, beautiful little child. You know, beautiful eyes, beautiful white little girl, blonde hair. She's growing up now. At the age of 13, these little kids start hollering at my little girl. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Me
they
as a
were
father,
they were 13 or she was 13.
Yeah, they were both around the same age. Well, so put it to you like this: she had a boyfriend at the age of 13 that lasted for 2 years.
Okay.
Right? And me seeing it with my own eyes, I'm like, if I was 13 years old, I would love to be next to this girl.
Right.
Right? So, and when I was 13, these are the type of girls that I was trying to holler at. You know, some would give me burned, some would not give me burned, you know what I'm saying? But this is the type of girl that, you know, be like, damn, like, you know, she's a beautiful little, okay. So at the age of 13, so you can imagine a father at the age of 13 and the boys are hollering already. You see what I'm saying, guys? They hollering already. And what are you going to do to these little 13-year-old kids that can sway them away? Obviously, they're afraid of you. It's not like they're not afraid of you. They can't even look you in the eye. But it's kind of like in that puppy love stage, right? So that happens. The kid comes around the house. He comes over. He chills out. You know, he becomes basically family. I take him out on road trips with me. If I need some help around the house, I'll take him out. I'll be like, yo, come here, come help me out. Do this over here. You know what I'm saying? If he needed some guidance.
Can I ask you a question? At 13, you already doing that at 13?
That's what I'm getting at.
For me, I'm thinking that's too young. But everybody, you know, I don't have kids, so I can't. And y'all going by society, so
it is too young.
Yeah.
To me, it is too young. But who are we to choose?
And another thing is you got to put into accountability that.
What do you mean? Now, can I ask you a question, bro? You just said, what is it? Who are you to choose? You her father. You know right from wrong. In your heart, you know 13 is young. I don't need TV or the government or society or the internet to say, yo, or this and this and that. Because what they're doing now is stopping you from parenting your kid and teaching them morals and values. And that's why we have young generations out here running around looking crazy because the parents are not in control anymore. Let's not blame the kids. Let's blame the parents now.
Okay.
You know,
that's why I said in the chat.
So this is what you say, infiltrator, because you also got to put.
Hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second, guys. So this is what I say to you. Before you went on your second part of the conversation, the first part you said was I don't have children, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I can't speak on it. Exactly.
So it's kind of like that same deal is once you have it and it happens to you, then it's a different story.
Exactly.
It's a different
story. But can I ask you guys a question for being parents? Can I just ask all y'all questions for being fathers? Y'all knew that this day was gonna come. What was y'all doing?
I'm not a father.
Hey,
that's what I said.
AP Trader, let me interject this too.
Okay.
Right? As parents, you know your kids, right? You know which ones are ready and which ones are not. So my daughter at say 16 was ready. Like she had everybody number in her phone. She could drive certain places. Yeah. Certain boys had to do certain things to even be around her. She like, yo, you smoking Newports already and you 16? Nah, bro, we moving too fast. You know what I'm saying? You ain't about to have my car smelling.
Yeah.
You ain't about to have my car smelling like a taxi. You know what I'm saying? My son, on the other hand, was like, well, son, what's her name? I forgot, Pops, but dog, she fine though, bro. Hey, he fine. I'm like, so what y'all plan on doing? He
So
like, Pops, I don't want to tell you what I'm gonna be doing because you might not let me go. You know what I'm saying? At the same age as my daughter. My daughter like, nah, man, you ain't even you can't. You saw me and my mom's at the store, and you ain't even say hello, Miss Mocha.
Yeah.
You gonna be like, hey, but no, it's not a double standard, bro. It's not.
Yeah, it is.
It's no, it's
Yes,
not.
it is,
That's
Yes, it is, Breezy.
no, bro.
Because,
You sound
because if I say my daughter was 13 years old, and there can be gentlemen on the panel that think that was too young, but if I had switched the word daughter to son, I don't think it would have the same.
But you didn't let me. Eddie, you didn't let me. You didn't even let me get to the end, right? You just assumed what I was gonna say. You didn't let me get to the end. You didn't let me get to the end. So the thing is, with my daughter that's 16, I trust that she could take care of herself and the stuff that we trusted her with. So when she asked me, like, Pops, can I go hang out at such and such? Sure, you can go. My son, on the other hand, like, Pops, can I borrow the car, man? I'm going to go holler at it. Nah, bro, no. Me and you cutting grass. and he like, well, how you let my daughter, how you let, you know what I'm saying, my sister go at 16, and I can't do it at 16. Bro, you ain't ready.
I gotta say something.
Yeah, that's CP. That's CP.
I get it. I get it.
Oh, y'all can hear that? Oh, my bad.
Yeah, man.
Get them pennies out. Why you got change? Why you got money in the dryer, bro?
It's my hoodie, man.
He got change.
It's my hoodie. It's my hoodie. All right, let me go a quiet place.
You got Kev in the dryer? Hey, CP, I'm about to make this sandwich real quick. I'll be right back.
Now, all I wanted to say, like, going back to it, I would say, like, you know, you see, like, when prom time come, you see some fathers, they be having shotguns at the doors, or they be threatening. My thing is, I respect what you do because you're cool with her boyfriend, so I respect that. I'm just saying the age. And I think what you're doing is the right thing to do. I think more men need to do that. Instead of trying to scare their daughter's boyfriends away, bring him in, because now you can watch him. Now he might need the guidance.
Okay, so let me finish. You know, the story, right? So exactly your point exactly. So the kid basically, after, you know, like I said, they were in a relationship for 2 years. They're not in a relationship anymore. After 6 months, 7 months, the kid basically became part of my family. You know what I mean? He would come over from school. We would give him lunch. We were very good friends with his mother and his father. We have powwows over here. We come, we drink, we get saucy. You know what I'm saying? So it was a very family thing between his family, our family, him, my daughter, him, me, my daughter, and them, right?
Yeah.
It goes back to the same thing. There's a trust factor, so we can watch them. He knows how he has to act.
Yeah.
You understand? Vice versa. She knows how she has to act. And there's certain things, she's a woman, so there's certain things that I'm not privy to as the father. But me and my wife, we're a team.
Yeah.
So whatever I'm not privy to, my daughter will talk to my wife about it. And then in turn, when we having a long time, when we pillow talking, whatever, she'll put me on to certain things. You know what I'm saying? So I do get into my feelings sometimes about it because I'm a father and we all jealous about our children. But the one that puts that keeps me grounded in all the situation would be my wife. And she would say this to me. She would say, instead of you, again, like you said, Trader, scaring the boy, bring him in. You know, build trust with the kid.
I respect what you're doing. That's real. That's how you're supposed to do it.
if she when it becomes time that she thinks that she's ready, instead of saying to her, no, you can't do this, give her knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Help her. You know what I'm saying? Because we can't hold our children hostage forever. You know what I'm saying? It can happen at 13, it can happen at 14, it can happen at 15, it can happen at 16. I lost my virginity at 14 years old. You know what I'm saying? Is that too young? Maybe.
No, I lost mine at 13, so I can't say anything.
Right.
I lost
So
mine at
so
40.
why
that,
I was
are
40.
you saying that is the parents' fault? You know that people have free will. So
But,
it's
but
not.
no, we're men. We're boys. A boy can't do what I grew up. It's certain things. It's true. See, this is okay. This is what I want to say. Can you guys hear me?
My people still shunned me though when I did it. My people still shunned me though when I
Yeah.
did it.
No,
Like I
if you
lost
think
it
a
at young.
woman
I
could
was like
do,
11. You know what
yeah,
I'm
see, that's
saying?
kind of young, but it happens. But I'm looking at it like this. This is
He
how it
was
goes.
raped.
When I mean a woman can't do certain things, I'm not saying like a job or a career. I'm saying it's a difference of being a lady. It's a difference of being a man. A man could be a hoe too. But don't get mad when we have a generation full of thoughts running around now because we trying to say it's 50-50.
We do
She
got a
can do it.
generation.
Oh yeah, I
so
know.
then
But
Boys
now
and
we,
so
girls.
then
Boys
so
and
then so
girls.
then I can
Boys
yeah.
and girls, bro.
But how did that happen?
AP
so then
Because
I
now,
can
Train,
How did it
AP
happen?
Train,
Because we was looking at
don't forget
so then
your
let me just put
I'm
a
generation
not
was.
bow.
saying you. When I say you, I'm just saying like older
yeah,
people that are older than me. They was
yeah.
going crazy in the city, man. Because I'm from New
So
York.
hold on
You
a
know what I'm
second,
saying?
guys. Let
So
me just put a
they was
bow
going crazy in the city, man.
on
I was on the streets. I
The
was
streets and
11
out.
years
The streets.
old,
Yeah.
walking on the streets, bro. I was
No,
young. I was 11
I
years
can't
old,
be
bro. I was
mad
a
at you.
paper
You're right.
boy.
Our
You
generation,
know what I'm
yeah,
right.
saying? And I seen a lot of crazy stuff, bro. And
yeah.
like
But
what
see,
I took to do it is because I seen older people do it.
yeah,
You know what
but
I'm
this is what
saying?
y'all have
And
to
even my
understand as a younger generation, Mama said, right? That generation you're talking about, it was a different time. Y'all don't have crack out, okay? The
now
racism
we didn't
wasn't the
have crack
same.
out, but we still had coke. We still had drugs and stuff.
No, no,
They
no,
still
no,
had
no, no,
drugs
no.
in my
Nothing.
face. You know what I'm
No, no, I
saying?
understand, but nothing compared like the crack era. You would
You
never
still
see
got
that. If
the
you didn't
heroin
see it,
epidemic. You still got
no,
the
no, no,
heroin.
no,
I
no,
grew up
no,
where
no,
I
no,
grew up with my babysitter
Hold on.
would give me a couple
no,
dollars to
no.
go to the store and
I'm
I can
going back.
go and buy
No, no, I'm not talking
a
Hold
about
on.
the
Hold on,
babysitter.
portion
AP.
of
Let him
beer,
talk.
bro.
Let him talk.
Okay, okay. Yeah, go on, Mama said. Go on.
No, I'm just saying I understand where you're coming from. Like it's just that, but when I seen what I seen growing up, it's just
Hmm.
like y'all was like not that older than me. So like
Hmm.
me being head first in the streets at 11 years old,
Hmm.
like you had to grow up. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
And I'm from a small island in the city. It's the forgotten borough, bro. And like
And
everybody and they mama know you. So like when you walking
Yeah.
down the street, they're like, "What is you doing? Why is you out there like that?" That's where I come from.
and hold
It's a
on, hold
lost
on, hold
village.
on,
They don't
hold on,
do
hold
that
on,
no
hold on.
more.
You from
Hold
Harlem, right?
on.
Staten
We
Island.
Staten Island.
getting
Oh,
to
Staten Island.
the
Okay, cool.
Harlem.
let's
Harlem.
not hold
Harlem
on.
is
Let's
popping.
not
We ain't no Staten Island. No
let's not
disrespect Harlem like that.
No, this is part of the
hold on.
topic though, because
Let's
my
not
fear is that people younger than me won't teach their kids the right way. They won't teach
Yeah.
their
That was
kids right from
amazing.
wrong. That's what I'm trying to get at. You know what I'm saying? That's my
it
fear.
okay,
Because he said,
wait.
what's your fear
Let
topic?
me jump in. Let me jump in. Let me jump in. And I'm glad you segued to that. And what I was saying to Freezy before I got cut off, and it became a little free for all. But you, us, right? As men, we set the example for what our daughters will see in a man. If you're a
Facts.
respectful man, your daughter will most likely, I'm not going to say all the time, but most likely will look for somebody like their father. You know what I'm saying? And so to Mama said, point. You know what I mean? It's like you know us as men, right? We live in a generation today that we're blaming a lot on women, on single mothers, and so forth and so on, whatever. But there couldn't be a single mother if there wasn't a father that got her pregnant. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Let's keep
Runaway dad. A runaway dad.
right. Because I'm a product of a runaway dad. And but my thing is like I don't have no kids. I'm 45 years old. Don't have no kids, but hopefully one day I'm preparing for it. You know what I'm saying? And every woman that I encountered in my life, right? You know what I'm saying? And there was only maybe a handful that say, "Oh, you know, I think I'm pregnant." Da, 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 da. They never was. You know, it was just a thing to keep me, whatever, right?
Mhm.
When I got older, I was like, "Look, I'm going to be there for my kid because you know what? I seen the results of not having a responsible parent in the house. You know what I'm saying? A responsible one, right? So when push came to shove, I was gonna be right by that my child. If I was, you know,
No, I understand.
see, you know what I'm saying? So my thing, so I guess my question is for y'all, it's like, what is our responsibility as men to if we're not gonna have kids to our generation coming? What's our responsibility?
Can I go first?
Go ahead.
I would say it's about community. It's about building. You know, it's about trying to be a mentor to somebody young, right? Because that's the key. A lot of the young generation, the young youth, they don't have mentors, and if they do, it's somebody running the street that they're
Mm.
looking at, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it's all about you know knowing that after a certain age, you shouldn't be worrying about hip hop like that. You
Mm-hmm.
know, that's just for me. A certain level of maturity has to come into a man's life. Now it's when it comes into our lives, because you know certain things will have you with a kid's state of mind. Okay, if you look at a lot of things on TV, if you listen to the music and everything, that's a child's state of mind.
Right.
Okay, it's only so much we're gonna keep talking about the streets. It's only, especially I'm from a different era, so the game didn't change. It's just how the way people are doing it and maybe the lingo. But a real is real at the end of the day. Fake is fake. A snitch is a snitch. You know what I'm saying? Shiesty, shiesty. Grimy is grimy. But
Yeah,
now,
facts.
now in the times that we're in, people have more options to choose what they want to do. See, in our era, we didn't have the internet, right? A lot of people wasn't able to pay for college funds or
Yeah,
didn't
but
know how to get into college a certain
can I
way.
say something?
So
Can I say
Hold
something?
up, niggas, guys. Let them finish.
No, but let me just because you guys made points that I haven't been able to say. Like you could say that your era, but in your era, you also had trade schools. That if you didn't go to high school, if you didn't go to college, you could be able to learn how to be a mechanic, how to be a you know like a plumber. You know, you had trade. We don't have trade schools in my. We grew up.
I went to a trade school. I went
I
to
went to
Thomas
trade school.
Edison.
Hey, my
How old are you,
generation
Nick
didn't have
Gas?
that. We
Now I'm
didn't
gonna
have
tell you
Nick
something.
Gas?
America
I
did
just
that.
turned 30. I just turned 30. So 1990.
You my age. You about my
Yeah.
age.
So I went to a trade. I went to Thomas Edison in Jamaica, Queens. Right. You have to look at the system. Does what they did that for a reason to take away the trade schools because they knew certain jobs are going to be the way they were. See, they're already thinking 10 and 20 years ahead of us. Who's doing the construction jobs now? Who's doing certain? Who's the plumbers?
All right, hold on,
The people
man.
that's
Right.
the
We
people
got
that's
off
sneaking in this
topic.
country.
We got off topic.
That or a lot of Caucasians,
Immigrants
right?
be
Let's just
putting our
keep it.
food in this mess.
Hey yo,
Okay, no.
if AP and Gas will stay on topic for one time,
No,
man, come on.
You're right, brother. My bad.
Y'all making
I'm
me
sorry.
you
I
killing
passed
me
the
right
mic,
here,
brother. I
man.
passed the mic.
All right, so Eddie C, man, like
Yeah, Eddie, go on, Eddie.
let's give it 2 minutes. Let's give it
Yeah.
2 minutes for each person, right? 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Go.
Well, I just, just to put on a bow of what I was saying earlier,
Yeah.
just trying to stick to the topic, and I guess probably that after that we can move on because I was going to basically get on the topic of what you were saying about once you get to a certain age, hip hop shouldn't be on the forefront, and I was gonna probably get into that topic because when I was a kid I was a rapper, and I ain't a kid no more, and it looks like I can't rap no more. So I wanted to put
Ross
up.
still doing it. Why not?
You could be a poet.
I guess I could. I've been talking to Simeon to MBK about it.
Yeah.
He's been listening to my stuff, and we've been talking about it. So I've been getting a little bug again, but I gotta get on like my Jay-Z, my old grown man talk.
We're gonna talk about generational wealth and your wife.
I gotta talk about
Exactly.
I gotta talk about stuff like I gotta talk about stuff like that because I can't talk about culos and this all the stuff that I used to talk about before. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Shake that.
But just to put a bow on what I was saying before, after that relationship, my daughter is way smarter for it, and now it's not just anybody that's gonna holler because she has experience now. Not to that extent. Like I don't want anybody to get me wrong. You know, she's still a child, but she's such a much more smarter girl, almost turning into a woman. She's an adolescent, and she's almost turning into a woman in my eyes. And it's like, you know how sometimes you young and you kind of look for that naive girl because you don't want that real smart girl for some reason because you want to be a little smart. You understand what I'm saying? You want to be a little bit. But some girls ahead of the curve on her. But sometimes in a relationship, when you're still in a relationship for some amount of years, they catch up to you, and you can't do the same things that you used to do with the girl. Like she's already gained experience, so she ain't no dummy, and that's the biggest gift that I could have gave to her. Just being patient and letting go just a little bit, so that she can get her lumps, her scratches, and be the smart girl that she is today. And I know she ain't no punk. I know she ain't no sucker, and I know she ain't gonna let no dude play her like a sucker. So
I believe you good pops, bro. That's what's up.
Nah, you good. That's what's up right there. I respect that. I told you, I respect that.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't, and it's not all me. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, me and my wife, we're a team, and you know, her as a woman, she has different perspectives on things than I do, and we clash together, and we bring it all together, and we try to create the best environment and the best stability mentally wise for my daughter and for our family.
Salute. Yeah, that's the best you could do, fam. Yeah, that's great.
Right.
All right. What else could we discuss? Anybody like got anything that we could really discuss right now?
Yeah, I wanted to go back to a topic that Nick Gas said real quick when he was saying about. See, one thing I just want to discuss. We talking about you know, a lot of things with media or what you read about. Like he was saying that the black men need to go to school more, and you know, the black women, they got the age, they got to compete with them. Everything is not with school nowadays. It's a different time.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
You got entrepreneurs doing better than people that went to college, bro. Okay.
Wait. Yeah. And let me jump on that because Gas, you made up a good point. You made a good point, but here's the thing though. Yes, black women are out schooling us, but here's the thing though. Most men work with their hands. Mm-hmm. Right? We work with our hands. So we're gonna take.
Clement Samuel said that on the Joe Budden podcast. I know what you mean. That like a lot of the jobs that we do, we have all the capacity that's in your mind.
Manufacturing, plumbing. You know what I'm saying? Barbering. Look, I got 1 degree. And you know, my bosses were like in corporate America was like, yo, you know what? If you want to make more money, you know, and go get your, you know, your bachelor's and so forth and so on. But I see what the top looked like, and I didn't want it because I saw the unhappy dudes. You know what I'm saying, working, you know, 12-hour shifts. You know what I'm saying, not seeing their kids. Yeah, it was for more money, but with more money there comes more problems, and I didn't want that. I didn't want to be slave to that. So I started to work with my hands and become an artist. You know what I'm saying? And now it was like, you know, the best, you know, choice for me because it was like I didn't feel like
so you was not an artist when you was in school. You just one day, like, because I know Jim Carrey and who was it? George W. Bush, when he finished his presidency, he became an artist, and he's so good. Like he could draw a person in a. I'm like, hold on,
nah. Okay, so you mentioned trade school. I went to trade school. I went to a Voltech for commercial art and graphic design. Right after that, I went in. I got a job straight out of high school. Right, because I didn't want to be a starving artist painting. I got fired from that job. You know what I mean? I got fired from that job, and then I was like, look, I want some real money, and I went to college and got my business degree with a minor in accounting. And then I worked in corporate America, you know, for over 20 years of my life. So I got a lot of duals. I got a lot of dual personalities in my mind, right? You know what I'm saying? I learned from the streets and I learned from corporate America. And I was with Fortune 500 companies. Was that?
You like to code switch?
Code switch? I don't even know if that's a derogatory thing, you know. You know what I mean? Because I be when you say code switch, I'm thinking about like Nick Cannon. Like Nick Cannon, you know, he'd be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Dr. Sebi, this is Sebi that, and then he'll be on America's Got Talent, cooning.
Yeah, that's
you know what I mean? It's like I don't know what that thing. I'll just say I'm a jack of all trade, master of none, whatever. So then, you know, then the itch came back, and I started working in my art and the you know, that was the story. You know what I'm saying? So.
That's a long name, guy.
and one thing too, there are a lot of men doing it. See, once you get caught up with the media, you have to know the media is nothing. There's nothing in the media that's here to make us look good, bro.
No.
So once you start to believe in that media being this, you have to be out there. There's cats making moves, man. It's about who's in your circle.
Right.
Right. That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? Who your friends are. What are you doing? Some people are comfortable with
like bro. I don't get caught up in the media. I get caught up in real life and try to keep my head on straight and try to keep my circle tight. You know what I'm saying? Keep my circle tight, and like, you know, Les Brown said, if you have 5 friends that are losers, you're gonna be the 6th one. You know what I'm saying? Because like how one of y'all said that was true, is that, like, you know, boom, like, you know, it's about a network. You know what I mean? And it's like, yo, not all of us are gonna make it. You wanna know why? Yeah. Because if we ain't on the same plane, if the frequencies, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm gonna I got up at 5 in the morning and I got straight to work, right? If you want to sleep to 11, how are you on my wavelength? I don't want to use the word level. I want to say wavelength, because you know what I'm saying, levels are subjective. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, it's like, look, if I'm up at 5 in the morning, I'm trying to get it, and you wake up at 12, 11, you know, you're not trying to get it. Yeah, right. And one thing is, it's like this. It's like I don't like. When it comes to working with people, like, number one, like, I don't work with no dudes that their main goal is women.
Yeah.
Your main goal is supposed to be your purpose, and the women will come. Because if you're chasing after money, then I can't trust you.
Can I just stop you right now? A lot of us, when we get caught up on the in between. Life is life is about 2 days. You know, the B and the D. Like, you know, I might chop it off here. I might chop it off right now, but it's like the B is, you know, the day you're born, and the D is like the day you die. But that in between is the only thing that matters. What are they gonna say when you die? Oh, see, Peter Artie was an artist, was this. A lot of people get caught up on just like you said, following women and things like that, and it's like you don't do anything productive. When you might get girls, but it's like what are you gonna leave for your kids? What is the next generation? It's mostly us that we could leave digital footprints. Like, now everything we say, your grandsons are gonna be like, oh, my grandpa was on YouTube, like, saying this and that, you know? So
yeah, you can't take your bodies to the grave.
You really can't.
That was a bar. That's a bar if you think about it. That was a triple entendre. You know what I'm saying? Is what you leave. Like my goal, to be honest with y'all, is to retire at 50. I have I'm working my 5-year plan to retire at 50. You know what I'm saying? I don't want, a career or any man to have a say in when I'm going to retire. You know what I'm saying?
I respect that.
Yeah. And
I read somewhere that most men become millionaires at 40.
Yeah.
It is. Well, that's only look. There's only 1%. There's only 1% of our population that are millionaires, and I doubt that they're that they're
no.
40,
Well,
just
1%. All you have to do is make $550,000 a year to be a 1%. Okay.
Right.
Look at things like this. If I can make $5,000 a week, a month, that's $20,000 a month. That's on you now to build your credit, to invest your money. Even if you make it $2,000 and $3,000 a week, that's $12,000 a month. Okay, you're not gonna become rich or have any type of wealth with one source of income, and you're definitely not gonna become rich working for someone unless you have stock options. Your company was bought out by Google, this and that, things like that, or you with a new startup and they go public. Okay, so people have to understand. Everybody doesn't want to be rich, but rich is a mentality, state of mind. It's not, finances is another thing. Right, but we don't have to chase to be like. I don't have to be like Jay-Z. As long as I have money, I'm not living in debt. My bills is paid. My credit is good. My friends is good. My people, and I can say I contribute to the hood a little bit with certain things, and then try to spread more of that. Then I can't be mad.
Right. And with me, bro, it's like as an artist, I'm gonna say this to the world, right? Like there's so many things that I get mad at the media about. Like, for example, entertainment, right? Entertainment. I'm a creative. I want to be a Black creative, but my creativity has nothing to do with the trope. Like, for example, right? We got this banging show called what's the one on Fox? Help me out. The one that was
Tucker Carlson.
No. FX. Snowfall.
Oh, Snowfall. Okay. I didn't watch it.
Snowfall.
Yeah.
I never watched it.
I gotta catch up this season. I gotta catch it up with it.
But here's the thing, right? They gave us The Wire back in the day, right? Mm-hmm. Now they give us Snowfall, right?
Go before that, they gave us The Corner. Remember The Corner on HBO? Before The Wire, it was The Corner. Check out that's where The Wire came from, y'all. The Corner.
Yeah, The Corner came from The Wire.
Oh, I didn't know that. No,
The Wire came from The Corner.
And they gave us Oz. Remember Oz?
My bad. The back. It was backwards. My bad.
Yeah, you're right. Though, Mama said they gave us Oz first CP, then they gave us The Corner, then they gave us a Wire. Yeah, that one, the last one.
Right, and everything that was in between, right?
Yeah, my boy was on The Wire.
The image of the Black man, right? The image of the Black man seems like two things. Like his basic trauma and his addiction to drugs or the money laundering thing or whatever, right? If all of us on this platform had a show, I believe it will be watchable. I believe that. But the thing is that we are settling for so many tropes. You know what I'm saying? In creative in this creative realm.
Yeah.
And that it's like I asked Nick Gass like a couple of weeks ago when I first met him, like, yo, what's your YouTube? Where's your content? Because I want to see what this brother, who's a comedian also, you know what I mean? Like, what does he have to show? Because I want to see what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if we made a comedy about AP, you know what I mean? That this dude that got this wealth of knowledge, you know what I'm saying? And he was the dude that came in every conversation and had a wealth of knowledge. Wouldn't that be a hit? You know what I'm saying? But it's like like these stories, of Snowfall, The Wire, and all, it's been forced down our throats way too much.
Social
That's
engineering,
my
my
rant.
brother. Social engineering. But one thing we could reverse this now. You know how? Using blockchain, using crypto, because people don't understand. Blockchain makes it to where you're direct with the customer. That means you're leaving out the middleman, right? So that even YouTube gives you a little bit of that. But we have to go into our own platforms, make our own shows, make our own movies, and have people pay you, or you know, that's the difference between crypto. It's taking out the bank, it's taking out the middleman, and you're also seeing when the product was produced, manufactured, things like that. Okay, but blockchain is the future, and where you will have the freedom to do what you want to do.
I'm not denying
it's funny.
that.
It's funny that you brought that up because um, we're probably gonna get off topic here a little bit, but um, I work. I live in Costa Rica, and the reason why I stay in this country is because I get a healthy wage where I can take care of my family, and I also have other incomes. Thankfully, that I have about three incomes that help me live as fine as I can. But
Respect.
I work at a sports book that obviously many years ago was illegal in the United States of America, but
Facts.
they now it's becoming legal. I think New York already passed a bill that gambling is legal. New Jersey, there's a lot of states that have
It's
legalized.
legal all over now. Well,
Okay, but
it's rolling into it.
okay,
Yeah,
but
you could ban on sports right now. Yeah.
okay, but I've been in this career for over 20 years. So when I started working in this career, it was illegal and people were getting pinched for doing
Yeah.
this type of the stuff that I be doing over here, right?
Wow.
Only until now it's become legal in the last 2-3 years.
What is it?
So
Sorry, I missed it. What is it? Are we talking about?
Gambling, basically. He's talking about.
I
Oh,
work in
okay.
a sports book. I work in a sports book. I do live betting at the moment. I've been having this career for over 20 years, and it's been the best paying job in the country for as many years as it's been open
Nice.
here in Costa Rica. There's a lot of sports books in Panama. There's a lot of sports books in the Dominican Republic. These sports books usually open overseas due to the illegal gambling in the United States of America. Um, so I say that to say that being in the career for over 20 years, I learned numbers. I learned how the language of numbers, and I've learned the language of sports betting when it comes to a baseball game. If you know about gambling, you know about the money lines, the totals, and the spreads, and what they all mean. For about 15 years of my career, I was a line manager. So the bets that you would put in, I was the one putting in those lines, and I was the one changing those lines. And I worked for one of the biggest sports books in America. I work for a sports book named Bet Chris, which I think is they're they're with NFL now. I'm not sure, they're patrocinado. I don't know how to say it in English.
Hey, Eddie, wait, Eddie,
Sponsor by.
Eddie, get to your point. I hate to, we got people listening.
So my point is, when he was talking about the crypto, when it came to the stock market, the same thing that I was doing when I was doing the numbers for the sports is the same things that is the same language that they use at the stock market, right? So
It is.
it's the same exact thing. So when I learned about stock marketing about 2-3 years ago, when Bitcoin became famous, well, Bitcoin I think was about 8 years ago, 2005, 2006.
2009. Yeah.
Okay,
That's when it really started to like take money. Oh nine.
when
Yeah, go on, Eddie. My bad.
Bitcoin became a thing, and people didn't understand what it was. I understood what buying Bitcoin at that time meant, and then seeing now that one Bitcoin is worth $60,000,
Mm-hmm.
I understand now, even buying Bitcoin at this point, what that means. And the stock market itself, you know, I didn't know, I was oblivious to how I already knew how to finagle certain things in the stock market by working at what I was working at. So that was just basically what I was trying to get at. I told my boss I can't buy stocks because I'm American. I have a passport. I was born in the United States, but I live here, and that has it's taxable when you trade and stuff like that, and you make money off your stocks. It's taxable.
Off the gains, yeah, off the gains. But it's only taxable. It's only taxable if you take the money out your account.
Okay.
Somebody got some bad feedback. Who is it?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it me or not?
I don't know, but my stuff looked like it froze up here.
I'm muted.
Let me see. No, it's not me. Yeah, I think it's good now.
I think it's Eddie. He got that Costa Rican connection.
You there, Eddie? Eddie C?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's good now. It's good.
Yeah, I froze up. Man, CP, my connection is the best connection you can have.
I just wanted to say Costa Rican connection, man. I wanted to say Costa Rican connection.
Yo, I got like my joint is bad, but for some reason it has been freezing up since a couple of days. It could be, you know, the internet has been a little slow.
In Costa Rica, it rains all day rain.
So let me ask AP, right? Out of your give me a percentage of your portfolio, you know, if you were advising me, right, should be in crypto.
I would say, how much is that portfolio worth? How much of a portfolio are you trying to have? It starts there to know your numbers. So I would say it depends. Yeah, go on.
I'm saying, like, if I have an investment in my home, right, that's bringing me money in, right? I have a business, okay? I have my 401k, and I have my cryptocurrency, right?
Okay.
How much of my crypto should be tied? Like, if I have money, 100% of my money, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, my income, right?
Yeah.
What a part of that 100% is going into crypto?
I would say, how's your lifestyle? How many kids you have? You can't just take it from a number like that. You have to go and know a person's finances. I have to know your habits first. Have you invested before? If you did, then you should know how investing works. If you're new into investing, I would say maybe throw 10% into just the markets. Now, what I mean by the markets is you can have a money management account where you can also get IPOs, because the stock markets are booming as far as IPOs, right? So you can save some money to the side for IPOs, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's like what he was saying. Nick Gas was talking about retail trading earlier. Now, going back to what Eddie's saying right now with crypto, I would say maybe throw 5,000 into it to start it out, to see where you at as far as the discipline. Are you there psychologically? Because that's what it's about. You know, a person can see themselves up $200, $300 and go crazy and cash out instead of waiting for it to go $2,000.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that.
If you say you have, 5,000 is okay. It's going to take a long time to probably see money if you have.
It only depends what type of coin you want to get. So you got to look at it. It's different coins now, right? So if you want Bitcoin, you know, if you don't have $60,000, like Eddie C said, it's fractions of a fraction of what your money is. So if you want a whole Bitcoin, it's going to cost you $60,000. So why look at Bitcoin? Go look at Ethereum. Okay, I'm giving everybody jewels right now.
Is a good coin.
Yeah,
and
Ethereum has different coins.
If I'm not mistaken, is at 2,000 and something at the moment. So
it's at 3 now. It's at 3. It's at 3. 3 and some change.
So it's jumped up, but it's more of a feasible coin, and it's still the second best coin on the market. So
yeah, it's at 3,300.
Being Bitcoin at 60,000, it's okay. So then it goes back to the sports gambling. All right. So you have $1,000. You have $3,000, right? And the Yankees are playing a garbage team. So that means the Yankees are minus 300, right? Mm-hmm. There's a high possibility that the Yankees are going to win that game. You can also lose your money, right? but there's
Yeah.
a high possibility that the Yankees are going to win that game. So if you want to make $1,000 and you have $3,000, you would go and you would bet the $3,000 on the Yankees to win $1,000. Okay,
Yeah.
that's the same premise on the Bitcoin. You already know that Bitcoin is it's the strongest coin out, but you have to put up way more money to make less money. But it's the possibility of you making that money is much higher than if you would buy any other coin.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying? So if you don't mind, and this is what I would do if I had money to invest, put it in Bitcoin and just forget about it. And
Yeah,
just
you can do
forget
that.
about it.
Now it
Because
depends on the levels of money.
it's-
Like Eddie said, you have to have a certain amount of money.
if you have $1,000, let's say you have $1,000 and you would put it in Bitcoin. Don't listen, you 40 years old now, forget about it until you're 60. That
Yeah, see?
$1,000
Yeah.
is going to turn into 20,000, 25,000. If
Yeah.
you're okay making that money, maybe the
Yeah.
math is wrong. Maybe you can make more. But if you're
Yeah.
okay making that money within that time, then $20,000 in 20 years, it's not a bad, it's $1,000 a year that you would never see. And then
Now,
at
that's
that
bad
age,
for me. That's bad for me as a trader. I will go to a lower vehicle, a lower liquidity, a lower tool. Like so
that's why Ethereum is a very interesting coin.
yeah, they have different
Because
tokens and coins.
it's an interesting coin because it's much lesser value, so you can probably see your money come back faster.
Okay, now one quick question, Eddie. See how people say, okay, the only reason why Bitcoin is big because it's the start of it. Anything that starts the revolution is gonna hold for a while. But when you're looking at coins, you want to look at it like stocks. You want to see what's behind the coin. You want to see as far as you know, the value of that coin because something is backing up these coins. What does the coin? What do they do? As far as some is like they're connected to virtual worlds. Like you have the Decentraland, that's the Mana coin, right? You have a Cardano coin. You get interest on that coin because now you can get leverage. You can take a loan out on your crypto. Okay, people don't know. So there's other ways to make money by just sitting back and holding a Bitcoin. That type of trading is like,
Can I ask y'all something? Do
And
you
I
see
also think that another important factor is the influencers like Elon Musk, because
Yeah.
at the beginning of the year in January, I think I learned about it around February. We talk about Dogecoin now, right?
yeah,
We talk about Dogecoin now. At the beginning of the year, Dogecoin was a meme. It was a cheap coin. This and that, this, that, and the third. But then I was going through Twitter, and Elon Musk was throwing out hints here and there, and he was saying things about Dogecoin, right? And there was a certain tweet that I saw. He said that he had bought Dogecoin for his kids.
That's the Dogecoin, 5,000 full.
Right?
I flipped $700 into 5,000.
So I told my boss about this about 3 months ago, 2 months ago, and he invested in Dogecoin, right?
Mhm.
Mind you, if you would have invested $1,000 in Dogecoin in January 1st of 2021, you would have already made $55,000.
Yeah, there's an article with a guy. He made it 1.1 million. He put 186,000 in 2 months. So I don't know what price he bought it at.
So we're not even 6 months into the year, and if you would have invested in this coin, you would have already made half a clip.
Okay, now I want to explain something, right? Most people, when they get into the markets, they don't really know. Try to get some type of education and knowledge. Do not follow these guys, Elon and these guys. These guys are millionaires and billionaires. Okay, so when they put in money in these coins, they're putting 50 million. They're holding millions of coins. So it can go up 10 cents. They're making $300 million because it's going up 10 and 20 cents because of the value of so many coins they hold.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, AP, because I'm glad you said that because when the word Elon Musk happens, and he's invested, it's like what I told you, like what we were talking about earlier. about weaponizing emotions. Like I feel like part of this the crypto thing is FOMO, fear of missing out.
Exactly.
But just what you said right there, just what you said right there about him, if he says tomorrow I'm buying or whatever this type of coin, or I'm coming out with this,
Exactly.
people are going to go nuts. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Question. I'm gonna show you guys something.
But that's
right?
but that's okay. But even though people are gonna go nuts, he's an influencer, and that makes the coin jump. So if you get on the train early, that's how you make your money.
No, I'm not. You're right with that.
I'm gonna let you finish, AP. To let you finish, I'm gonna let you finish. When I told my boss about Dogecoin, and he didn't give me no burn, but he heard me say about it, and he was investing in Ethereum and IOTA and these coins. He invested in Dogecoin, and before, I think it was 2 weeks ago, before there was this surge that it was the start of a bull run, he sold, and he said he made about $9,000 of what he made. But if he would have waited 3 or 4 days, he would have made $30,000. So we were going back and forth. We were going back and forth on the
going back to the conversation that I said. Look, another rapper just got shot. The Quando Rondo, the rapper that shot the King Von, just got shot in Georgia.
Wow.
So yeah,
he just got shot. And Jake Harlow was in the shootout too. So yeah, they going after those boys because of the
having
to King Von in them and
wow.
But is it a fatal, or does it say anything else?
No, they saying somebody in his crew.
I'm trying to.
We don't know yet if Quando Rondo's good, but yeah, he got shot at 3 a.m.
Wow.
And that just happens all over the place because Benny the Butcher got shot about 4 months ago, and he was still in the wheelchair. He just got off his cast. You know what I'm saying? But those types of things are people. You're in the mainstream media, and people know that you have money. You know what I'm saying? And a robber, he don't care if you Quando Rondo, if you this,
but check it out. But check it out. But yo, like, I want to prayer for safety over this brother that I'm just saying, right? But we saw Nick Fan TV walk the streets of New York with the legendary Chuck D. Is he worried? He wasn't worried about being robbed. I think the thing is too is that these guys, some of the guys, are not leaving. Now too. Yeah, but money is money, and the thing is that some of these guys are still, they still have their crew with them, and still involved in some street stuff. It's not all about the music anymore. It's still like it's like it's not a focus on music. It's a focus also on street stuff. You know what I'm saying?
It's because a lifestyle. I mean, being a rapper nowadays, back in the days when we used to do rap, you had to be a lyricist, a rapper. First and foremost, you had to be an artist.
Right.
Nowadays, you have to embody a lifestyle more than you can be a so-so artist and embody a lifestyle, and that's going to take you over the top. Because I mean, maybe I like listening to all types of music, but to be honest with you, I've never heard a Quando Rondo track. I know who he is because of Instagram.
Is it reaching to say that like the rappers from back in the days were more acting, and now the rappers are a little bit more real? Is it a reach to say that?
No, it's not a reach. It's not a reach at all.
Tupac went to art school. Tupac went to art school in Baltimore. Tupac was an actor too, So he glorified that.
Nah, it's not that. It was just we knew the difference. Real beef. If you listen to Biggie's song, "What's Beef?" Okay, what these cats is doing, like CP just said, they're not changing their lifestyles. Okay, then hey, because it don't matter if he was a rapper or not, a nigga was still gonna get popped by somebody.
Yeah,
right. That's how you gotta look at it.
Yeah, and to your point, if you watch the Biggie documentary, like he was on his way to, down south to, make some money. And then they were like, yo, nah, we taking you out of this. We're going to put you up, whatever. And you dead in this life because you got a music career to think about. You know what I mean? But the thing is, it's like these young rappers, they feel like they got nothing to lose and they taking the hood with them. And then like, they taking the hood with them. Huh?
CP, when I was in Florida, I was trying to entrepreneur and I was trying to go into a phase stuff because I do photography. I got my camera, or whatever. So I was doing videography. And one of the things that I struggle with is, as a criminal justice mayor, like trying to explain 17-year-old, a 19-year-old that like, yo, you're supposed to use props. You're not supposed to use your real gun, And trying to explain a kid that like, what you're doing is you're incriminating yourself and you're putting him in a predicament because I got evidence of your you understand? So trying to explain to a young guy that it was like, nah, bro, why you being pussy? Like just record it. I'm like, bro, but it's not that easy. But
Gas, Nick, I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you something real quick, Nick Gas, right? You didn't have to tell us this back in our day. We knew. You see the difference? We were smart enough to say, I'm not showing the real Ratchet on the screens. And if it did, we didn't glorify it to where it was like it was questioned. You might have thought it was fake, but it was real.
But again, there was not a lot of cameras into you like they are. Like I remember, I'm pretty sure for you, I remember when we used to go to high school reunions and you didn't see your peoples for like 10 years. You knew your friend had a kid, etc. Nowadays, we graduate and then the next day we know who has a kid, who has this. A lot of these kids grow up with this social media already, it's already a part of our life. Like I don't erase Facebook. You know why? Because I got pictures on Facebook from 2008. You get what I'm trying to say? So Facebook.
No, I understand.
I understand. The cell phone era. We live in the cell phone era.
Yeah, but that should show you. Yeah, go on.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. That nowadays, being a hip hop artist, it's the lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? These people get big because they got the ratchet in the Instagram post, and because they did the time, and then they came back.
That's why they on. Yeah, AC's right. That's why they on.
I mean, and I love Bobby Shmurda before he went in. You know what I'm saying? When he came out with the Hot Nigga joint. When he came out with the Shmurda dance, I think it was the name of the track. Yeah, those tracks was hot, and this intertwines to the Tekashi 6ix9ine deal where Bobby didn't snitch and he went away. Tekashi did. He came back early, right? And I think Tekashi
Bobby didn't snitch, but you could also say that Bobby is self-incriminated, and Bobby did all the investigative work for the NYPD because at the end of the day, due to that song, more than 150 members got incriminated.
The point that I'm getting to is this: that because, and this is the way we were brought up. So the way Bobby did it was the way it was supposed to be anyway. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But now that he's back home, I saw a video the other day with him and Busta Rhymes, and Busta Rhymes was telling him that he was the king of New York. So, as fanatics,
one song?
that's what Busta Rhymes. And Busta Rhymes to me is an OG. Man. Ain't nobody could take. And Busta Rhymes could say whatever he wants, and we're gonna take it at face value. But
you're right.
I'm sorry. No.
Off the strength of how it went down with him, you know what I'm saying? Right now, to me, Bobby is like maybe the hottest ticket in New York, and he ain't even put out a song yet.
Yeah,
he ain't even put out a brand new song yet, and he is the hottest ticket.
Shout out to Jay the Giant, who said Julius Randle is the real king of New York. Shout out.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
That's facts.
And he got the tat. And he got the tat on his arm. Say that.
He got the big
Coney.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
man.
So
Nah,
again,
Nah, but my thing,
the hip
go ahead,
hop,
man.
the hip hop is now not so much how you can rap, what you rap, this and that. The hip hop is now what people see in Instagram, and that's
It's
what they
clout.
gravitate. It's
It's
clout.
about clout. It's
It's
clout.
about clout.
And then earlier y'all mentioned to me that if I got pushed as an artist, how big I would be, and so forth and so on. And it's sad because it's like I want to be known for my talent.
yeah.
My talent, man. And it's like, yeah, marketing is part of everything. You know what I'm saying? Marketing is part of everything. But my thing is like, and I'm an old head, whatever.
Right.
Being good, being better than the last dude was always the measuring stick of goodness. Like when we started with Kumo D, right? Then LL came, right? And
Yeah.
then it just got stronger. LL, Cool J.
Oh yeah, I remember the guy from
Right.
CBS.
A young head, man. So then from LL, Big Daddy Kane. From Big Daddy Kane.
He just wanted to make you feel old. He just wanted to make you feel old right now.
But yeah, so from Big Daddy Kane to Rakim, from Rakim to Cool G Rap, from Cool G Rap to Nas, from Nas to Jay-Z, and then so on and so on. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
And now it's like,
don't forget the ladies. Don't forget the ladies. We had your Roxanne. You had your Queen
MC Light.
Latifah's, MC
Yeah.
Light. Now look at the ladies back then. I don't mean to cut you, CP, and cut you off. And look at the ladies right now. That shows you that our society changed.
yeah, because back then it was on lyrical value. Now it's about how sexy you are. Because
Yeah.
as fun, I don't care. Look, Megan Thee Stallion is trash. Let's keep it real. But
That's
she looked
fact.
good because she looked good. Nah, she looked decent, man. I'm not. I
Yeah,
ain't gonna
she
hold
ain't
you,
even
man.
all that. She not
Yeah,
even all
man.
that.
Like
for me.
she kind of looked kind of,
I'm not into
Right.
it. I'm not
So
into
anyway,
the
like she got
one
Adam's
thing
apple.
you can't deny is that Nicki Minaj did wash, Jay-Z did wash, Kanye did wash Rick Ross on Monster. When you go back to that the Monster song,
As lyricist,
that was the only song that I ever heard a female out rap males. And you
as
can
lyricist.
Well,
Now we talking just
Lauren
as
Hill.
female
Lauren Hill, all
lyricists.
right, man.
Yeah, Lauryn Hill did it. I would say
Yeah,
Little
Lauren
Kim
Hill
was
did
nice.
it.
Little Kim was nice.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at
Lil'
As
Kim.
only as lyricists, we're only talking about as lyricists, as female lyricists. To me, there's only two in the conversation at this moment, right?
Who?
Until somebody else comes up, and that's Nicki Minaj and Cardi B.
Time
Those are
out.
the
Time
only
out.
two
Time out.
as lyricists.
Time out.
For this time, yeah, for this generation, yeah.
You gotta get my.
No,
You gotta
I'm
give
talking about for
homegirl
right
from
now.
North
I'm not talking
Carolina.
about from before. I'm not talking about from before.
I know right now. I'm talking like right now. Homegirl from North Carolina, Fayetteville. Ninth Wonder, Prodigy.
Rhapsody.
You know,
No.
Rhapsody is the illest.
The thing about
female
Rhapsody,
right
because
now.
I know Charlamagne pushes her a lot, but Rhapsody doesn't have. It's like
She don't have sex appeal. That's the only thing she don't got is sex appeal.
To be honest with you, I've never heard, and I'm a hip hop head. Like I'll be on the newest tracks that be coming out, like the newest artists. Like the most popping artist, female artist right now is Coi Leray, Benzino's daughter.
Oh, but
Oh
she's an industry artist.
Oh my
she's an
God,
industry
she is
artist.
trash.
Don't even bring that up. You don't want to put her in the. She's also
not
on
in the
agenda.
spectrum.
Yo,
She's
hold
on
on.
agenda.
Word.
I'm just putting out
Eric, do me a favor, bro. Do me a favor, and you will not regret this, bro, when I tell you, right? You go and you find Rhapsody's last two albums.
Okay.
You will enjoy yourself. You will. The beats were dope, and her lyrics were so on point, man.
No, but the thing is,
I'm gonna do it.
CP,
Yeah.
you have to realize that we are my generation, not mostly, but the next generation, and your generation. We have a span of like a 5-second span. We don't have the type of Like, you understand?
Yeah.
The way we actually like go through music, the way we actually go through shows, it's like we want to watch it now. We want to watch Netflix the whole series in a week. You know, yeah, Rhapsody's great, but the trash music is what's popping right now. I ain't gonna lie, man. Like the same way Jay-Z made fun of T-Pain, right after that, T-Pain is the father and the grandfather and the CEO of a lot of rappers. See, because of T-Pain, auto-tune is bigger than anything. So what's popping, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, but let me ask you something though, and you could teach me something, and because I don't know. So you're saying it's right now, okay? Let me ask you something. Michael Jackson came out with Off the Wall going on 50 years from now, right? I mean, 50 years. Now, is there any longevity in those songs that you just mentioned?
Not at all.
Like, will you? Well, I'm asking him because he's a young head, and you know because if you're not gonna, my thing is like, look,
it's not about
you know,
I don't know how to say that word, so I'm gonna shop it. But what I'm trying to say is, look, have you heard this commercial? Bag alert, mayor bag.
Yeah.
All right. Because why? Because Wendy got that commercial, right? Wendy got that commercial, and now it's placed all over. It's a trash song by the Migos, but it's right now it's about how can we market this song for this. You understand?
Right.
So that's what it is. They're marketable. They also now have a song with the dance. So now you can go on TikTok and talk about the song. Now maybe they don't even nobody knows about your song, but somebody knows about your dance. So it's about cloud. The cloud makes money.
Yeah, but the question I'm asking you is, as a young head trying to educate me, is that I'm still poor, like with streaming, right? Like I'm making a playlist for my girl, right? And I've been listening to Luther Vandross since last night. You know what I'm saying? So I'm streaming it, like, because it's still important to me. The music that you just mentioned, right? Will it be important to you 6 months down the line, 5 years down the line, etc.? Go ahead.
Not all
Go ahead. Answer the
I'll say
question.
depending on the artist. Depending on the artist.
Okay, that's real.
The artist or the song? Because I remember, like, in the 2000s, all that snap music is gone. You can't play no snap music, right?
Yeah.
But you can still play One More Chance.
Yeah.
Why is that?
You can play some Nas. You can play some Busta, like Eddie C just said.
Right. So my point is this. My point is this.
You don't even have to.
Gas.
My daughter wasn't even born when this song came out, but she plays it on her YouTube all the time. And this song is so generational, and the artist at this moment, he's still around, but he's not as. I'm talking about Sean Kingston. Beautiful girl.
Yeah.
And she's pumping it every single day. She's 15, and she's pumping it like it came out yesterday. Right. And that song is about 15, 20 years old.
This is my point, right? This is my point.
And in your generation, when you lost the cassette, that now you have to get the physical. You don't need the physical anymore. So that's why like you guys are more attached to music, because like for you to have 7 CDs, you had to go to the store, you had to make the line, you had to do this store doesn't have it. We don't go through that. Another thing is it's all about like
yeah, but I guess what I'm saying, what the thing is, what I'm saying is that good music is timeless. Yeah. All that other stuff is just CP. You know what I mean?
In 1997, in 1996, I'm pretty sure people used to tell Snoop Dogg, "Hey Snoop, stop cursing in your words. Stop showing marijuana. Stop doing this. Hey Snoop Dogg, this is not gonna sell."
No, absolutely wrong, brother. You're wrong. That's how you. No, you're wrong. We was fighting for that back then. That's how it's the way it is now. Things didn't just pop up and weed is legal and things like that. You there? You guys can hear me? Yeah. Nick
Yeah,
Gas,
we
you
can.
can. Oh yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, Nick Gas. But I'm saying you gotta look at it like this. We paved the way. It wasn't that people. Yeah, they were saying that, but we were saying no, because cannabis does this. We were saying
And,
no. This is freedom of speech. But we just
and,
I
made
mean,
it
and
to the point
yeah,
where
Wiz Khalifa hasn't made a track that we can bump in about 7-8 years, and to me, he's still prominent because he took on that persona of the cannabis, the Snoop Dogg persona, and he's the one holding the torch right now for the
exactly
cannabis
facts. You right.
persona. And there's an artist out there that is in the cannabis, and to me, it's fire every time he puts out a project, and that's Burna. I mean, Burna, every time he puts out a project, yo, I
is
think
that
his
the
track.
reggae artist or something like that? Or
Nah, Burna.
I
No,
think
no,
he's
you
like
talking about
Afro
Burna Boy.
Afrobeats.
yeah, Afrobeats.
No,
There
you
you
talking
go.
about Burna Boy. No, that's a different artist. I'm talking about Burna,
I wish
owner
they would be creative,
owner of
bro.
Cookies.
Like, how
The
many
owner of
times
Cookies.
we're gonna have a baby? How many babies we got? How many burners? How many littles? How many dolls? Be creative with your name. I'm sick of these people, man. I can't tell them apart. Lil baby, baby. Come on, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right.
We have one
I'm
called
sick of it.
Shiesty. Pooh
And they
Shiesty
all
is the
sound
hottest one.
alike. And this is what this is. And listen, I want to make this clear. I'm not saying that young people can't make classics, because I'm listening to right now. I'm trying to find new people because music is music. I love her. Her is old enough to be my daughter. I love SZA. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting into I forgot this guy's name. It'll come to me. Oh, I love well, he's kind of old, Sir. You know what I'm saying? I love that type of R&B, and I'm looking for younger cats I could follow and stuff like that, because I like new music. That's never gonna change. My only problem is that when cats get on and these record executives are giving them the bag, they sound like 45 other artists. And
That's
the
the
DJs and oh my gosh, it's killing me. Like,
That's
I
Leon
can't tell
Cohen.
Baby and
That's
Lil
Leon
Baby
Cohen.
apart.
You know the biggest music label guy now is the CEO of YouTube Music. So that's another thing too. The people in power. A lot of these artists don't really own their own music. They basically writing in a loan. They're in debt right now. Trying to pay that loan.
Yeah.
Because their expenses are bigger than
and
anything.
the sad thing too is, right? Like the whole thing with Lil Nas X, when he did what he did a couple of months ago.
It was controversial, very controversial.
Wait, but here was the thing about that I saw before, that most people weren't talking about, right? He didn't do it because he believed in all that stuff. He did it because it was going to get those YouTube views. Because how do you make money nowadays? YouTube views. Last time I checked on that video, he had like maybe 36 million views, right?
Right.
So think about it, right? If you're getting paid, he's probably made $1 million off of that controversy. Yeah. So the thing is that, and then we keep talking about it, and then people are going to have to click on to watch it, and he's laughing because it was a troll job. Just like
when he came out with the first song with what is it, Old Town Road. It was him basically going. It's like It's like him going and like jacking the whole what's the name of that music? Country music.
Country music.
Because it's unheard of to have a black person in country music. Obviously there's black people in country music, but I'm saying like a hip hop artist openly gay. So that it was mostly controversy to keep the eye. Also, it's a distraction move. You got to think about what was going on in the country when that happened.
And it goes back to what I was saying about weaponizing emotions. Like, we live in a time, right, where we think we have all the information. We don't.
But it's not now. It's not just now. Remember when Fox News showed that graphic of every time the stock market, every time a black person, like a black event happened. So they show like Emmett Till, the stock market went up after his death. MLK, the stock market went up. Rodney King, the stock market went up. like Eric Gardner, the stock market. So that's what I'm saying. Like black pain, black trauma is money in America. We can't.
It is. And matter of fact, all trauma is money in America because I remember. Look. I'm gonna tell you something, right? So right around after 9/11, we were losing money in the stock market. Well, some people were losing, some people were making money. So I didn't know how I would, because the economy,
Do you know that there was gold inside of the towers?
Let me finish. We're not going there. We're not going. No, hold up. Let's not.
They had to send somebody to retrieve the gold from the towers while they were burning.
All right, I got it. But listen, I didn't want to get on that point. So here's the thing, right? So we were at war, and because I was in corporate America, and I was like complaining about like I lost all this money and da. They says, yo, take your money and put it into tech funds. So I moved I was into the diversifying, so I moved my money into like tech funds. Yeah, into tech funds. Like Microsoft, da. And they explained to me this: these are government contractors. So the government is going to pump millions to billions of dollars to serve these wars.
Google currently has a $2 trillion contract with the United States government right now.
Okay, so here's my point. So here's my point, right? My point is that, and I wish Gas would stop interrupting me because I'm losing my point. I'm old, Gas. I'm 45, man. Sorry. I get my ginseng root today. So my thing was like everything is a lot of things can be weaponized over fear, right? And so when I say that we don't know certain things, even though we have information, quote unquote, on our fingertips, you know what I'm saying? We really don't, because if it's like that Netflix thing, how they could brainwash you, they could put so much things up on the top of your Facebook feed or whatever feed in your social network, social media, or whatever, to rile you up. Look, in the book, Laws of Human Nature by Robert Greene, one of the first chapters, it says he says, do not react to viral emotions. Sit back, relax, gather all the information you can, because you never know. We never know like what is going. Oh, yo, this is wrong, and so forth and so on. It could be that booby trap. It could be that booby trap. You know what I'm saying? It's like if I wanted to jump y'all, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? I would lure you. I would lure you away from your safe place. So you're out in the open and you're by yourself, right?
Yes.
And I come with my boys because I knew you were going to be there, and it's over for you. You know what I'm saying? I hate to put it that way, but the thing is, this world is either you are the cattle or you're the butcher. You know what I'm saying? It's either or. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I could go on for days, but go ahead.
Yeah. No, I feel you on that. When it comes down to it, it's just about a lot of things are socially engineered. So people, and it goes by your lifestyle. When it comes down to it, everybody has their own power. They have the power in their own hands to decide what they want to follow. So like a lot of these new artists, I'm not really following it at my age right now. Now, if it comes across or I hear it, or because I'm not really trying to hear that, so certain things that I don't want into my life and my realm, that frequency automatically gets cut off. There's nothing wrong with it. But you see how we was having a conversation earlier, and Nick Gas was like, he had to tell us about the young brother just got shot, popped up. Now look what we got to deal with daily in our community. We can't even have a conversation and build on something, right? and then you got to hear somebody just got murdered, and at that it's going back to the rap
No,
game.
he got shot at. He didn't get
Okay,
murdered.
got shot at, but this is cats that's in the music industry,
Yeah.
right? And this is what a lot of people are striving for, to be rich, do this. I'm looking at it like, all you guys wanted to be rich, but then y'all complain when y'all get that. Like, what happened? If it was so good, like, did you hear about the Kirk Franklin incident with his son?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, now look at that.
I was
Good old
disappointed.
Christian rich.
I was disappointed in Kurt.
So it's
real
deeper
disappointed in
than
Kurt.
it's underneath the
Music.
surface. It's beneath
Yeah.
the surface, and we don't want to talk about it as a people, as a culture, and as a community. Okay? Because there's no way in hell, there's no way that you have all these athletes, successful people, and they're not really making no push to help the community, right? A lot of them are not good parents. I'm hearing Brian McKnight's story with his two sons. He's talking about hooking them up with a job at a hospital when they were young. How you Brian McKnight and sending your kids to college
Or
like you?
Or the
You
rapper that just passed away. Rest in peace to your man.
DMX.
What's the name of the guy?
DMX?
The guy from Bad.
DMX?
No, the guy from Bad Boys. The one that sings
Black
Whoa,
Rob. Black
Whoa,
Rob.
Whoa. Black Rob.
Yeah.
Black Rob literally asking for a GoFundMe because he was homeless, and he was
Yeah,
saying,
see?
the fact that the rap industry doesn't have a union for medical teeth, like for dental, for medical. They don't have nothing. There's no structure for artists. But if you are an accountant, if you are a publicist, if you work within the industry, you are getting those type of benefits. You are getting that 401k.
Let me play devil's advocate on a comment that AP made, right? So you said like people got this bread and they ain't trying to help the community, right? So
no, I didn't say that. I said, okay, go on. Or invest into the community.
Oh, investment. Okay. All right. So no, all right, then
because you can't help. It's no free hand. It's investing, but you got to understand a lot of these athletes in Hollywood, what they do is disconnect them from the community. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
You see a lot of these athletes. A lot of them say, okay, you might hear they're with a lot of white women, right? But you're not seeing what they're doing to them in high school, in college. Right. So now when he's in the pros, they don't let you know. They don't let certain women in those clubs.
Right.
They only picking out the blonde hair or this one with the straight hair. That's what they're doing. So they're making their world for them. It's up to the individual to unplug that and get back into the real world, like the Matrix. And we're not doing that as individuals. We have to know that we're plugged into something, right?
Yeah.
Because what we're watching.
What I was going to say was.
I just want to say one thing. If you meet a female right now, how many people we have? We have 13 people watching. That's all the fellas, to the single fellas. If you meet a woman right now, you can tell who she is by her hairstyle, what she watches on TV, what she's listening to. And then the conversation you have with her, you know what it's going to look like.
This is true.
So if you get burnt or, get got, whatever it is, you have to be mad at yourself. But it takes time out to know these things are not good.
This is facts.
Right? If she's just talking about money all day, then boom. If she's talking about, nonsense, nothing with substance.
If she's out in the club all night, every week.
And especially her age is a factor too. When you're young, everybody lives. But once you get a certain age, it's time to,
Yo, AP, but when an artist trying to do good, they don't get the support. Look, trust me, like a Young Thug just dropped an album last week, and I think he paid the bonds for like 50 people or 100 people. I don't know the number. I might be chopping it off. But he went to Deep Cow County Jail and he took up 100 people with him. Those things, the media doesn't talk about that. You have another artist like Rollo in Atlanta. Rollo, after he got some money, he went on and bought his projects. I think it's called America.
Yeah, no, I know that there's some companies. There are some that's doing it. There are some doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, but when communities do unite, going back to, there was a program called the Move Movement in Philadelphia. The FBI bombed them when people try to be a community, when people try to be pragmatic. We don't have the options to be an Amish community, for example, and live off the land. We don't have that because there's redlining. There's so many stacks against us.
No. Actually, we do. Like here in Georgia, it's wide open. There's so much land that's unbought that we could, if we put our money together, we could buy acres. Like so last
Can I ask
year.
you, what's the minimum wage in Georgia?
Let me see.
It shouldn't be no lower than 15. But the cost of living in that state is going to be different than in New York.
Definitely.
So
It's seven.
Yeah,
$7.25.
That's what corporations like Walmart tell us, and so we could believe that. That's not true. At the end of the day,
I know what you mean.
At the end of the day, wait.
What?
Look, at the end of the day, states like Florida and states like Texas, they make money off the immigrant community. So they love to portray this minimum wage, lower wage. It's actually a slave wage, because minimum wage should not be a thing. It should be a living wage. You know.
Okay.
So
but hold on, can I just say you can't even say that no more because they got the Dream Act, bro. Right, they got the Dream Act.
By the way, can I just say, that's something that I'm very close to. The Dream Act only affects 800,000 people out of a $13 million population. The Dream Act was only because, look, you know where the Dream Act came from, and I work in that legislation. I've been in Washington, I've been in Albany, so I work in that legislation. The reason why they got the Dream Act is because it says it's named the Dream because the Fair Action for Childhood Arrival. America's argument before was, oh well, you don't speak English, you should speak the language, right? So what people for like me, like the Dreamers that went and advocated and told the taxpayer, hey, look, we're not trying to say give me this. No, we're not trying to say that. Now, what we're trying to say is to put somebody in jail is $60,000. That's taxpayer money right away. Let's say you're going to deport somebody. Deporting somebody to another country, the United States is giving $15,000 to that country. So let's say you arrest them for a year, you keep them in jail, then you deport them. That's almost like $75,000. Now, in the opposite side, let's say you do support that kid that you already paid for their school system from 1 to 12. Right? So now they're part of the society. Are you willing to deport them to their country that they most likely are going to get killed or things like that or something like that? Or are you willing to let them be part of our society? If they have a college degree or an associate's
can I ask you a question first now?
An associate's degree, they'll be able to make $60,000 or more. They'll be paying.
Now, can I ask you a question? Quick, Nick Gas? Are we talking about illegals or regular immigration?
No, when it comes to the Dream Act, it actually accepted all of them. It accepted the ones.
Okay, then, so that's not fair because you have people who came to America a certain way.
But you know what's also not fair? Mm-hmm. That.
I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying that. But I'm just no. I'm not saying that. I'm not just saying it. There's always going to be topics where you say it's not fair, right?
No, but the thing is, look, the top people that are undocumented in America are Canadians. Are Canadians due to the fact that Canadians are Anglo-Saxon, meaning that, let's say me, like I was.
Brother, I'm Canadian. I'm not Anglo-Saxon.
But now I'm
Canadian.
Obviously not you. But the average Canadian is a white person, right? So Canadians.
That's not true. That's what they want us to believe. That's not true.
That's not true.
That's not true, bro.
So am I wrong?
Canada has more migration.
The average Canadian we see outside is white.
Canada has more migration of.
I know, but does Canada has white people? Yes or no?
Of course.
Okay. Look up the top 10 countries that we deport. We deport Haitians. We deport Jamaicans. We deport Nigerians. We deport Guyanese. What that means? We deport mostly people of color.
Yeah, of course.
We're not deporting Canadians. We're not deporting Russians. There's a lot of Russians with a lot of misdemeanors.
Well, that's systematic racism.
Another thing is going back.
One thing I could say to you, Nick Gas, and me and CP probably could. You know why we give this topic to it? Because we're older, and it's been the thing that this is what they do. It's a merry-go-round. What you're saying right now, when 20 years pass, you're gonna say the same thing, and I'm gonna be looking, and you're gonna be looking. We're gonna be laughing like, wow. But that's where the wisdom comes. These things don't work because you know why? We don't want to be definitive about the law, right and wrong.
Can I say
We
something
can't
real quick?
because
Let me
you know
say
it's
something
a
real
whole,
quick.
you know. Yeah, go on.
Let me say,
Go on.
because we got off topic, but I gotta commend Nick Gass for bringing up, you know, this
Yeah, that's good. That was a
this
good
topic. You know what
point.
I'm saying? Because I know
Yeah.
he's passionate about it. And look, man, as an
He makes
immigrant,
sense. He's
as an
on point. He
immigrant,
knows his stuff.
as an immigrant myself, a lot of things are unfair. But what I wanted to say was, when we got off the topic of land and everything, I just looked this up on
Yeah.
Zillow, right? For 30 acres of land, you ready for this? In Georgia, 30 acres of land. That's half of a half a mile, half a square mile. $50,000.
Yeah.
$50,000. So the thing is like you know, like my house is 3 times this, right? So I could get a couple of people and we can invest and buy this right now
Yeah.
and live off the land. You know, it's Georgia. We could have fruits, vegetables, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, we could have our own solar power, generators, sewage
There's a group doing
systems,
that right now.
so
There's a group
on.
doing that right
After
now
half
too.
of a mile, I think. So my thing is like this. We make all these excuses that we can't do something. We can do something. Because like I said, like I was trying to explain to y'all last year, these 2 sisters, they started their own city. They bought this land in South Georgia. You know what I'm saying?
Where was it? I think I heard about that.
Georgia,
I read
in
about
Georgia, yeah.
Was it Georgia?
Because yeah, let me look it up.
Yeah, you got people doing things. You got a lot of people doing all of that.
Yeah,
You know? Some people just can't. Some people can't relate to the South. You know, the South is different as well as the North. You know.
No, like forget the South. But my thing is like this: if we're a part of the system, we're allowing ourselves to be part of the system that we say that is not fair to us. Then why aren't we claiming the land that's available and starting up our own communities, our own,
maybe
think the way we want, the way we think, because the land is available.
Maybe the reason why is because when we grow up in school, whenever they talk about like agriculture or growing something, you know, it's kind of correlated with like slavery, and that's one thing I always had as an immigrant kid, that like, let's say, I'll give you an example. When I used to go to school in Houston, my science teacher used to ask us who was born in America. I was so naive that I used to raise my hand, and then she used to be like, Mr. Lerma, weren't you born in Colombia? So I'll go, oh yeah, but I was born in, like, America's a continent, you know, and they teach me that I'm part of South America, and like, as the son of indigenous people, I should not allow Europeans tell me if I'm American or not. I was wrong in the eyes of that teacher. You know, I didn't have this technology that you could Google and tell teacher you're wrong. You know, she used to chastise me for speaking out and.
But she's talking about the system of her government. That's what she's talking about. You talking about landmass because it's 2 different. They're the conquerors. We're in the Roman system, right? Number 1. Number 2. Now, with everything you were saying, black people did that already. That's why you have your black Wall Streets, your towns and roads.
Here's
when
the
people
story.
come to, so and there's a lot of people doing it right now. Like, I have land in Maryland. You know what I'm saying? My family has land in Maryland. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of land out there, but a lot of people, you're not going to get together because it's a mindset thing. But people already had that and done that.
And
hold on. Here's the I posted it in the chat, but it was 19 black families bought 97 acres of land, and you know, and they want to call it. They're going to call it freedom. They bought this because they were like, you know what, we tired of everything, and we bought this so we could build. It's been happening, but we don't want to.
I love that, actually. I love that more than when people talk about going back to Africa. Because, like, now I ain't going nowhere. I'm staying here.
I'm not African, bro.
I know. I hate that. I hate the ideology.
All right, no, it's that's to get us off island. I'm Black American. My family was here before the Europeans were. I know the tribe.
So,
I know the land. You know, so it's a lot of that is Europeanism.
yeah. So my point is like, as much as we want to look at the cup as half full, if we get together, you know what I'm saying? If we could get together, like minds or whatever, and use the system against us. You know, use the system that you know, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, maybe a bank won't give you a loan, right? But you could still make that money. You don't want, you know, by pulling resources together.
No, there's ways to do it, my brother TP. I'm with you, and there's ways to do it. You know how you do it? You get EIN numbers. You set up a business. You build up your credit slow.
Right.
Okay.
And also, getting a loan ain't the best thing in the world. Because if you got a business, if people are going to say like, oh, you know, they're going to give the white man a loan for $300,000, I ain't going to get it. But that's still a loan that they got to pay back with interest, right?
You can try to get grants. You can get grants, you know.
Okay, I forgot about that. Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point. Right.
You can get grants.
Yeah. Right. Get that grant money. Or, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, use up your equity out of your home or something like that. You know what I mean? Live within your means. You know what I mean?
Are you for reparations? Are you for reparations to African Americans, descendants of slaves?
God, we're not descendants of slaves. That's what I'm trying to. You have to get somebody. He's from Canada. Where you from, CP? Are your parents from here?
No, they're Jamaican.
All right, so you gotta ask somebody.
Exactly.
But no,
exactly. I can't get nothing. So
it ain't just America. It's the whole, even the Caribbean. Who built England? Who made the London Bridge?
Nah, but the ADOS and the FBA are not for that. The ADOS are dividing us from it. So like, I'm not like. No, they don't want.
I'm not with the ADOS. Those are the groups on the internet.
It's like I think it's descendant of slavery.
African is descendant of slave. That's an ADO.
African FBA is Foundation of Black Americans.
Now, this is what I'm trying to tell you. All of that is still leading to a color. Okay, I'm Black American. The reason why I'm saying Black American is to let y'all know, because I grew up. You have people from the Caribbeans. You have people from different parts. So Black American is my roots are here, but we're not Black. At the end of the day, we are the Indians and the natives. But people, like the 60s and the 70s, when all of that happened, that's when we changed and started saying Black Power. And
can I share something? Can I share something about like the confusion a lot of times within the word Indian? I read that.
We're the indigenous. We're not the Indian. We're the indigenous.
No. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm trying to say like there's a word like India. The word India comes from Hinduism, right? So that's why the continent of India is called India. But then the word Indio came from Columbus. Columbus, when he arrived to the Americas, he realized that the native, the indigenous people that were there, the ones that came here first, they had too many gods. They had a god of water, they had a god of sun, etc. So he named them Indios. Like he was like, ellos creen en Dios, meaning that they believe in God. So that's why it's called Indios. Yeah. Nothing correlated with going to India for spices. That was BS. That was BS, and that's what people confuse, because I feel like I agree with what you said. We're not Black. If anything, we're people of the equator. You know, because we all human. People of the equator. The reason why what was the name homeboy in Costa Rica? If you send him closer to the equator, you're gonna be Black. You know, if you're in Nigeria, you're gonna be Black because the equator line is closer. If you come from Europe, you're whiter because you're not receiving that much sun. So your melanin is not.
Here's my thing about the reparations thing, right? And I have no say in this, but here's the thing. After slavery, do you know that Black people were doing Black people stuff better than white people without reparations? Honest to God, do me a favor. You could Google, right? Harlem in 1930s, right? Every video, there's a video. It's a black and white video. Yeah. Everybody had on suits.
Yep.
Everybody in the streets had suits on, and they were looking good, and so forth and so on.
Yeah.
And when we read about all this,
that doesn't mean that it's just
hear my
everybody.
point. No. Hear my point.
No,
Hear my point.
Right now we could say if you go back to Jamaica, the Jamaican judges wear a wig, a white wig.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. No. Hear my wait. Hear my point. Hear my point.
CP talking about finances, like the Great Depression and hit him. If it was like that in Harlem,
listen,
we walking around with suits and everything. That's what he said. I'm trying to tell you, the Great Depression didn't hit the black community like how they're saying.
Right.
Just like with the coronavirus, we don't get sick like these people. Okay.
You see.
And when I say black, I'm talking black and Spanish, Latin America, certain parts. That's why you have Latinos and Hispanic. You see, you right now, Gaz, you're more Hispanic than Latino. Latino means I have Spaniard and European in me.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Actually, Latinos was
built.
Wait, could y'all let me finish my point before y'all get into this? Like,
No, you're right. Go ahead.
So here's the thing, right? When we come together in sound mind and body, right?
Yeah.
We are the richest people on this earth. Who do we?
Of course.
Who steals our influences? Right?
Everyone.
Well, everybody steals us. Everybody wants to be us, right? But we don't. But we don't get paid. We don't. Wait, stop interrupting. Wait, man. Let me cook. But right? Look. There's a George Fraser, not the boxer, but he's a author and a speaker, right?
Yeah.
If black people put their money together, right, instead of being consumers, we are, producers, right?
Yeah.
We spend $16 trillion, trillion with a T, right? $1 trillion on goods and services, and it never comes back to us, right?
Well, that's up to us. We have to do that ourselves.
Let me finish. Let me cook, man.
My bad, bro.
And here's the thing, right? We are innovators. We take 15 cents and make it into $1. We learned how to flip a long time ago, right? So the point is, history shows that we don't need their dollar, because here's the thing, right? If we take their money, right? We're just going to give it right back to them. That is the problem. So if you give us reparations, we're going to turn it around and
not all of us, but I know what you're saying.
Not all of us, but we'll turn it around and put it right back into their pockets. The problem. This is the problem. It's like with the whole Black Lives Matter movement, right? When corporations started making commercials and everything like that, and say, yeah, we're going to donate $5 million into the Black Lives Matter cause, but all it was doing was saying, hey, we are making a marketing decision. So if you see us do this, it's going to give us brand loyalty from your black behinds, and you're going to make us more money. That's how it works, because they did it to the alphabet community. The alphabet community, right? You know what I'm saying? You mean to tell me it's like these executives, who are just as phobic as I want to be careful what I'm saying about the alphabet community, right? But they figured, man, you know what? If they mess with us, we can make millions and millions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? So hey, let's put this on commercials. Let's show this, and so forth and so on. And they keep doing it to us. It's the monkey. It's a banana in the tailpipe thing.
They got the coolest logo though. They just took the rainbow. They just took the rainbow.
Hijacked it.
I kind of like rainbows. I'm like, damn, I can't even like the rainbow.
Yeah, they hijacked it. But going back to what you were saying as far as that CP, I just want to bounce off you real quick with that. It's like, okay, you have to look at reparations. Remember, I told you we're not from Africa. So if reparations did come out, it's going to show that we are the true heirs to this land. And then it's going to go back to treaties that were signed. That's number one. Reparations don't always have to deal with cash. It could be with the law enforcement. We want some cash, but now you have to add law enforcement laws getting changed, right? Because the Asians just got reparations, right?
If we get cash, don't put it back. Don't put it back in their pockets, man.
No, and you gotta be back in their
pockets.
Yeah, you got to be
It don't
buying.
make
But
no
as far as
sense.
yeah, but we need more than just cash. It will have to be some laws being changed for the community as far as the police. Something with education. Something
Yeah,
that's guiding out
give
like
me a free college,
yo kids
free
from the
healthcare.
neighborhood. When I was young growing up, kids from the neighborhood. My grandmother taught me this: if a person from another country came and bought a store in the neighborhood, you got to hire somebody from the neighborhood, man.
Right.
Okay. Then you wondering why the kids are out there on the streets. Yeah, because where the jobs at for them? Right? You can't be in the park after a certain time, right? Then they're making the parks where they're not even really parking. It's all concrete. It doesn't feel like a park.
If you think about it,
Right.
most parks are racist.
Yeah, and the way they put them. You're right, exactly. The good ones, the decent ones. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, well, you don't have to worry about the kids going by the drive by or they playing with a real basketball, fiberglass basketball. Yeah, because they put them in neighborhoods where people might not get along, right? Because it's already a community here. So if you come from across, because all it is a zip code that changes communities, right? We're already
Like
segregated.
Harlem, low key is more. Is Columbia owns half of Harlem, and if Columbia had the option, they will kick out half of Harlem and keep building Columbia University.
Well, you have to look at it. They have to thank the Clintons for that, and that's going back. That's another topic. See, see, CP. I hear what you're saying, but things are deeper. It goes to a root.
If you shopping it up,
You know?
you gotta let people cook. So when you shop it up and you like shopping it, like that's literally cooking. So when we cooking,
Yeah.
so
you
do lose track, but then it's also conversation that gotta be had.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. And then when you look at it, like I'm not into the political party like that, y'all. But it's sad to see so many people that just jump on bandwagons and just say Democrats and Trump is this. I'd rather have a Trump.
I voted for the first time in 12 years because I researched my candidates and I hated every choice I had for the last
So you voted
12,
last time you
12
voted was
years.
John Kerry? You voted for John Kerry back then?
No, I never voted for
Nah,
Kerry.
he was whack. He was whack too. All of these guys are whack, but you have to look at it. It's about
No. My last time I voted was before this one was Obama in 2008.
You got caught up in the symbolism, brother.
Nah. It's just I didn't want John McCain.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna win, but you're right. And then like he said, like
PTSD.
Yeah, like Gas said, everybody was caught in a hype because I even was down with Obama the first term. I knew he had some stuff with him, but I didn't know.
To be honest with you, I wasn't caught up in the hype. I was looking for somebody that was more in the middle because I think most Americans are more in the middle than they are right or left.
Yeah.
But the thing is that we get a half a plate of doo-doo, you know what I'm saying, to vote for. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like I don't believe people who voted for 45 was racist and all the other stuff. You know what I'm saying? They was just protecting their bank account and their living because you know what? Look, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, right? All four of us on this panel, we all have basic needs that we could all agree on. We want to have the pursuit of happiness, right? We want to have freedoms, you know what I'm saying? And we want something for our families. That is something those are things that everybody could agree on. But you know
American
what?
values.
We have two sides that kick the can down the road for another administration to deal with. And that they won't deal with it. It's all a chess move. You know what I'm saying? Dude, number 46, you know what I'm saying? He said that he'll, first 100 days in office, he's going to take care of black people.
He did everybody he did everybody but us.
Thank you. And you want to know why? And you want to know why? Yes. And you want to know why? Because because look, if we are taken care of, we're not going to come 4 years later back to square one and place our stupid vote again. You know what I'm saying? And to get it all, it's kicking the football down the whatever. You know what I mean?
I'll say this.
Passionate.
Like, even the Hispanic community, like as soon as we reelected Obama, we told him, "Yo, you better pass something," and he had to put the DREAM Act, for example. So like like agendas, the black community's agenda never get pushed after election. But also that's where you gotta be understandable that midterm election is more important than the president. When I look at the president is nothing but a popularity contest, you know. The Congress is who really runs this thing, man. The Congress is the one that's making the real decisions. Like the president of the United States right now is 2 women.
But even to your point though, if we had real people at a grassroots level that we put our money behind, right? If we could put our money behind, because look, I was a part of a political party back in the 90s, 2000s, early 2000s, right? So they were like, hey, you know, why don't you come to this dinner? I was like, sure. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking to make change. You know what I'm saying? Rub some elbows, whatever. They were like, oh, it's $1,200 a plate. $1,200 a plate. Think about that, right? So if I don't have $1,200 and I can't talk to XYZ, right? You know what I'm saying? Who has $1,200 just for a plate?
People
because
who go to
look. As Wu-Tang said, cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. Listen, these politicians have lifetime salaries. Can I repeat that? Lifetime salaries. You know what most of their educational background is? They're is in business or being lawyers, right?
Yeah, of course.
This look, nothing like social issues that they keep on, you know, bringing up to us. You know what I'm saying? Has nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us, because we have no idea what they're doing. And my lights just went out. I have a bad storm here in Georgia.
Wow.
They're fighting out of their pockets, you know what I'm saying? And they can care less about us. And until we fix our own problems, that's the solution. That's what I'm getting at. Well, Brent mentioned the Harlem Real.
Can I say my experience as a canvasser? Like I've been a canvasser, you know, and like
what's that? Explain.
All right, so I shout outs to Letitia James, the Attorney General. I actually worked on her. She was running for back then. She was running for public advocate out of New York City. And I remember being on Ebbets Field. You ever heard of Ebbets Field, the projects in Brooklyn?
Yeah.
That's where the Dodgers used to play, and then later on it became affordable housing. That experience is not the best experience in the world. When you're knocking on people's door, for example, I knock on your door, CP, and I got your grandma's name. Hey, is CP's grandma in here?
Yeah.
I knock on people's door in Ebbets Field. People are cursing at me. Yo, what you want? Yo, son, why you knocking on my door? They not sending the interns. They not sending the agents. They sending me to talk to Puerto Ricans, to blacks. People are anybody. People are rude. And you know how I had to talk to people? You got to talk to people the same way, very defensive. Like, yo, you know what? I know what you're saying, bro, but you know what? The developers are buying the competition, you know, because a lot of times, like in New York City, what happens is that developers put in like $5 million, $10 million. So they build they build a
complex.
They build a super PAC, $10 million. And if you're a politician and you want unlimited money, you could tap in with them. But like you said, I'll do you a favor now, and then later on. So when you talk to our people, I gotta be like, yo, the developer is gonna buy this building and gonna make a private, and they're gonna kick you out. And that's when people get our attention. Like, it's not easy to deal with people too. You know, door knocking is like a humbling experience, because you gotta the local voter, you gotta talk to them about money, not about like.
I got killed on my Facebook when I said that voting is for poor people. I'm sorry. Because you know why? It's free. It's free. It's free. Right? And we made a difference with 45, and I was like, you know, difference is 45, meaning like we got him out of here, you know.
With 45, even though I didn't like the man, we had the pedal on the government, and we had the pedal in the government. And with 45, we put all the energy to 45, and we let the government go off the leash. So now all the problems that America had was the Donald Trump problems, but we shouldn't say his name actually. But in reality, it's like for example, we as men, we're losing a lot of rights because of 45. We're losing so many rights that sometimes I'm like, you know what?
Well, we were losing rights before 45, man. Let's keep it, because like this is a probably a segue, but it's like, look at, women have more rights in this country than we do, even though they're fighting for more rights. Like, I don't, how should I put it? Like most women, I put this in the chat earlier, that when it comes to divorce, out of 100 divorces, 75% are filed by women, and they get to keep, alimony or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And a man who has a child that's not his, if he signs that birth certificate or whatever, he's still reliable for that child. Now, a woman can't go into a relationship with a dude and he has children outside of her and claim those kids. They're not gonna force her to be the the actual mom when she never gave birth to them. You know what I mean? Men serve 3 times the prison terms that women do for the same exact crime. 8 out of 10, right? 8 out of 10 men commit suicide. What programs are there for if you're a single man and you lose your job, right? Where you get, WIC, you get, housing for yourself and Section 8, whatever. You have to be, the thing is like, hey, you gotta go get a job. You gotta tighten up your belt.
Is that men in society are like chicken nuggets. If you look at the chicken, if you're a chicken, if you're giving out eggs, we got you for a minute. We got you. If you're giving out eggs, but the male chickens, they're all chicken nuggets. They with bones and everything. They just chicken nuggets because they know you're not gonna produce nothing for me. So within society, Uncle Sam is like, you know what? You could either live off the man or live off me. So that's the option that you could say that females have, that they can live off the system. Meanwhile, like I would never dare to apply for Section 8. I would never dare to apply for none of those things. Like during the pandemic, people were telling me, and I'm like, hell no. Like I'd rather work my butt off. I did Instacart. I'm with Uber, DoorDash making $2,000 a week, something that is unheard of, during the pandemic. So it's like that was that survival that I was like, you know what? This is the like survival of the fittest. And if you survive the pandemic, this is the new reality. It's not like everything's gonna go back to normal. It's about adapting to what this millennium is bringing.
Absolutely, great point. All right, folks, I gotta go. But it was a pleasure talking to y'all.
Yeah, definitely, CP. I would go. We're gonna catch up and build, man. I can show you some stuff about the NFT. And then gas, we definitely gotta build. We'll definitely catch up, fellas. Good building with y'all, man. Everybody salute, man. Have a good one. Stay safe out here, man. Enjoy your day. Peace.
I'm muted. My bad, Wilson. Good looking for that, Wilson, for that assist. My bad. I was muted the whole time. Couldn't hear you. Mama said we couldn't hear you, so I was muted. My bad. Project Nerd in the building said this is the problem the stigma of social programs have. People are quick to shit on. People are quick to on poor people for taking advantage of social programs, but say nothing when rich folks take advantage. No, that's so true. One example could be I remember Acorn. Acorn was a great organization that used to help African Americans with voting, with housing, with loans, with everything. And as soon as Acorn helped Obama get elected, Acorn was basically like demolished. Like shout outs to Bertha Lewis, one of my a lady that taught me so much. You know, she's the founder of the Black Institute. So shout outs to her. But I mean, when those programs get scrutinized, and it's easy to scrutinize Black poor people. You know, you go back to the Dinkins administration. The Dinkins administration and the Giuliani administration had the broken window theory. You know, that's why I took it upon fighting against stop and frisk, because the broken window theory is basically saying that if you go to a neighborhood and there's a broken window, most likely there will be a crime in that neighborhood. But what we realized 20 years, 30 years after it was implemented is that that theory is basically the war on poor people. You know, with criminalizing people for being poor. You know, because again, going back to the fact that prison is a money grabber. You know, if you're not making money for the state is a corporation. You know, the CEO of New York City or New York State just show you that. You know, when everybody came at Cuomo's neck because of the pandemic, you know, he had the old people dying, and then he had the sexual allegations. What did Cuomo did as a CEO of a corporation in New York? Cuomo legalized marijuana. Cuomo legalized prostitution in New York. Now prostitution is actually legal in New York. Shout outs to the prostitutes, because you know I hate the pimps. I don't like I don't hate the women it's their own bodies, but now that's why you see the CEO of a corporation like New York is saying let's legalize, let's do all this. Also, Project Nerd said he signed it. That wasn't my guy. It's called sex workers. Yeah, you're right. It's called sex worker. You guys gotta stop cursing, because I start reading your comments and then I curse by mistake, and we don't want to curse that. The war on drugs is a major, and the war on drugs digs deep into me because I see the other not benefits, but the other bad things about the war on drugs. Like if you go to Colombia, a lot of the indigenous people are suffering from cancer because of the fact that like when we go to Colombia and we put chemicals on like poppy seeds, or people, there's places in Colombia that they grow cocaine, because like Colombia is one of those countries that the reason why Colombian coffee is very good is not because it's the best in the world. We don't have the best coffee, but we could give you the same coffee 365. So you cannot do that if you get coffee from Africa, because the weather is not going to be the same. So hold on, somebody said salute to all First Nations, BIOC. I don't know what that means. Making it legal helps regulate and keep people safe. Yeah, that's why I agree that like sex workers should have their own rights. They obviously gonna get taxed. They're gonna get taxed like crazy. So ladies, get ready for that. But the problems is mostly the trafficking, the trafficking laws. Like if you go back to what happened with Robert Kraft got away as a billionaire, the same way we're accusing Deshaun Watson for doing illicit things. The owner of the Patriots did the same thing. And what happened to the three ladies? Two of them got deported. Meanwhile, this billionaire, his charges got dismissed. So, Project Nerd out here with Project Nerd should pull up. Project Nerd pull up. Let me go back to the chat. Shout outs to Supreme Steam Lord. That's the biggest mod in the Knicks world. Shop at 0.5 in the building. Your boy Keyshawn in the building. Mama said I'm gonna go on until like 1. So like right now, throw me topics that you guys want to talk about. Now the government is the pin. That's the difference. You're right. Hey, every government system doesn't come from the government. Look, Social Security and like the breakfast system was built by the Black Panthers. It's just that the government literally it takes people's ideas, but then they amplify it in a way. So yeah, but again, we have the government also got to adjust to the modern system. So I'll give you an example of what was happening with what's the name of that page? What was happening with what was the page? Remember when people used to go on Craigslist or Black something, Black back page? They used to go to back page. During the back page era, a lot of women were appearing dead. They were finding a lot of women in hotels and things like that. So the government do need to, I feel like they say that like prostitution is the oldest profession. So prostitution is gonna be here today, tomorrow, and even when I'm gone. So it's just like, if you look at even Jesus hang out with prostitutes. Mary Magdalene was a prostitute. So it's like, or a sex worker. So when you set up a black market and keep things illegal things will happen. Yeah, like that's what I'm trying to say. That's the point of the war on drugs. That like the hypocrisy, like the current no, he's not the current thingy, but the Speaker of the House, that's him, that guy. John Boner. What's the name of this guy? Boner, one of the senators. His wife is an Asian woman whose family owns like they own a bunch of like big old boats that basically transport or export things throughout the country. They found 90 tons of cocaine in one of their boats. And when the local news found out about it, they blew it up, and then when the FBI, the DEA came by, everything was poof, nothing happened. We didn't hear nothing about it. Yeah, back to the United States. It's not a country, it's a corporation. Yeah, I agree that the United States is a corporation. If you look at how we have two different constitutions, you go back to the fact that like the Federal Reserve was, if you go to Google Jekyll Island, it's in Georgia. Jekyll Island, I don't know how to spell it. Jekyll Island. Jekyll is spelled JKYLL. It's located in Georgia, in Glenn County. Jekyll Island was originally the island where bankers went in the old days. So that's where the bankers united. Government wanted to get into bootlegging, so they legalized alcohol. Government wanted a piece of the numbers on the numbers game, so they made lotto. Yeah. I mean, the reason why Cuba is so scrutinized because Cuba used to be the Las Vegas for the United States government. But when a CIA agent called Fidel Castro turned on them, because that's what happens with America. If you want to chop it up and keep it real, a lot of our top CIA agents turn on us, aka Osama bin Laden. If you go back to the Cold War, during the Cold War, Osama bin Laden was one of the heroes. Osama bin Laden beat the crap out of the Russians for us. During the Russians had to run away from Afghanistan because Osama spanked that. So Osama was actually a CIA spy, but that's not what we're trying to talk about. But Jekyll Island, I wanted to leave you guys with this. Is where the Federal Reserve was built. Federal doesn't mean that it has anything to do with government. Shout outs to Point Five says being on 100%. Who said Gaddafi? Hold on, give me 1 second. No book. Somebody, Supreme said, if you're from another state and get locked up in another state, you are expedited to the next state where you from judicial laws. Break it down. Hold on. If you're from another state and get locked up, hold on. I'm trying to read through this because somewhere I know you had a misspelling. If you from another state and get locked up in another state, you are expedited to the next state where you from laws breaks down. Um, I believe you're talking about jurisdictions. Oh no, yeah, like that. Well, I don't. That's why I got upset because yesterday I had a big confusion with Guillermo. But my problem with Guillermo is that like I knew them 3 years before, so I treat them like I knew them 3 years ago. You know, that's why I love Mark because Mark doesn't change the way he is. And now people trying to act brand new, but I'm not a troll. Like you could Google me, man. Like I'm not trying to brag, but I've done the work. You know, I've done the work for both of us. That's me. That's the homie right here. That's me with my nails. It's dirty as hell. Sorry, guys. But I had clout. But do I want clout now? No. I'd rather be a comedian because when you do too many politics, and I don't come from nepotism of politics, I'm putting myself in danger. You know, a lot of times, like for example, I had an occasion once that when I was in the epitome. Like 2 months after I was in this thing, 2 months after I was in the Wall Street Journal, I'm pretty sure white men are waking up to look at the stock market and like, who is this angry Negro in my page? You know, I got hit by a car, you know, so things like that happen, and you're like, you know what? Politics is not my thing, you know, because you out here trying to save the world, trying to save so much people, and then guess what? Like you're doing all this for what? That's the reality. Sometimes you gotta focus on yourself. So but comedy is something that is weird because I learned English through comedy. I used to watch BT Uncut, BT, you know, like Comic View back in the days, and I always wanted to. We as immigrants, we admire Black people, and I'm talking about in my side of town. Like we look at Black people as having more rights than us because as a Colombian, when you go to Colombia, they still got blackface on TV. Like they still got blackface. So like when you're trying to save the world, you do all this, and like I have homies like shout outs to Greg from there was this organization called damn, I blanked out right now. But there was this organization in Brooklyn called oh man, my boy Greg, I just thought about him, so damn. There was this organization in Brooklyn that was teaching communities how to handle like gunshot wounds and things like that. Because some of the times when people get shot, they die because the ambulance took too long or the officer didn't provide any assistance or any medical assistance. So Greg was teaching people how to do that. And one day Greg went to Miami and Greg was gone. You know, I have a lot of activists. I don't want to talk about this confusing, but I have a lot of activist friends that have been dying. Just like we're talking about like rap, a lot of them been dying. Like a lot of real activists are being hunted by. The American government already passed a law. Who was it? Kentucky passed a law that you could ran over protesters. You could ran over protesters now, and soon. Oh yeah, I know about maritime law. Maritime law was very funny during the pandemic because I was in Miami before I moved to California back in August, and you know, you guys remember when the cruise got canceled and everything was shut down? We had like 7 cruises parked in the Miami port, and yo, it was funny when I was driving Uber. You will see like a bunch of soldiers, a bunch of Filipinos, Vietnamese, like mostly Asian people waving like white flags or waving towels because Philippines didn't want them, and the American government didn't want them because technically, according to maritime law is some gangster stuff. The most gangster stuff is maritime law, bro. Good thing you brought that up. Maritime law, it says that if you are 15 miles away from American soil, you're in international waters. So what a lot of these cruises do is they hire people from other countries, mostly minimum wage or under minimum wage. This, when you go to a cruise, people are usually getting paid $1.50. They take their passports, so not they can't even travel or like you do in a cruise. They can't go to Jamaica. They always stays on the cruise. You know, with the maritime law, there's also a law called damn, why am I blanking out right now? Jesus Christ. There's a law called the Jones Act. The Jones Act affects states like populations, or I don't know. You can call it a state. What is Puerto Rico? Puerto Rico's like a territory. So Puerto Rico. Oh yeah, not American money either. They pay them like Filipino monies. They're not even paying dollars. That's so bad. But in their country, it's like a lot of money. It's so bad. It's like modern slavery if you want us to keep it real. But the Jones Act says that like Puerto Rico cannot get things straight to Puerto Rico. Like for example, if I buy this car, right? This is a car, and I buy this car from Korea, and Hyundai is like, okay, bro, where's the address? Let me drop it. So Hyundai sends the car from South Korea to Puerto Rico. But while it's arriving to Puerto Rico, the Jones Act says that unless it's an American boat, it cannot land in Puerto Rico. So now the same boat got to go to Miami. That's why Florida makes a lot of money of the Caribbean, because half of the food that comes from the Caribbean comes from Florida. So now the boat got to go to Florida. But when it stops in Florida, it pays Florida taxes. So now when it comes to Florida, now you have to pay another boat, because an American boat is going to pick it up and then take it to Puerto Rico. So now everything is more expensive in Puerto Rico. Everything is more expensive in Hawaii. You got to understand that if there's any Puerto Ricans in here, shout outs, put your flag in here, put your Caribbean flag. I know it's 15 people, 13 people, but whatever. But Puerto Rico is a colony. Puerto Rico's a colony. Like it's so messed up. So only one can of potato chip, one type of soda, one type of beer, only one be imported. And Puerto Rico can't export any other. And yeah, Puerto Rico needs to fight for statehood while Dems have Congress. Time is running out. That's for sure. But that's why like that's the evil truth about Trump, that when Trump went to Puerto Rico after the hurricane, you guys see that? Oh. When Trump went to Puerto Rico and like through the paper towel, it woke up a lot of Puerto Ricans. With Puerto Ricans, the problem is, and I love you guys. You guys gave us salsa. You guys didn't give us reggaeton. Reggaeton came from Panama. Don't try to front like y'all run reggaeton. Now y'all do, but y'all didn't invent that. But y'all gave me salsa, so I love y'all for that, because Puerto Ricans, for a lot of Latinos, are like black people. You guys export a lot of culture. You guys are very good at that. But growing up, Puerto Ricans are the type of Latinos that, let's say, I want to be black, right? So the Puerto Ricans will be the first one that tell me, oh, you came off the boat. Oh, I struggled saying the number 6 as a little kid. I didn't know how to say the number 6 until I was like 17, bro. Because I used to say sis. And the Puerto Ricans were the first one. You couldn't even speak English, bro. Like you a wetback, da 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 da. But then when we was in the lunchroom with Dominicans, with me being Colombian, with Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, que lo que, what's up, But Puerto Ricans got the worst Spanish of all. So New Yorkers give Puerto Ricans a bad name, because New Yorkers they tend to bully us when we're in school. So. And a lot of times we take their girlfriends, so they don't like that either. They don't like that, Puerto Rican girls, they love us. They love Dominican guys. They love Colombian guys, So they're a little envy. Nah, I got a flag from Puerto Rico. A flag? Oh, I got a flag. Yo, Supreme, you misspell like crazy, bro. Jay Williams said, Puerto Rico needs to fight for statehood while Dems have Congress. Time is running out. Actually, the legislation did pass in Congress, so I'll give you that. No, I'm mistaken. The legislation for Washington, D.C. went through. The legislation for Washington, D.C. Yeah, the flag is beautiful, but Puerto Ricans love to steal a lot of things from Cuba, man. You gotta like that's a Cuban flag. That's a Cuban flag. Y'all stole the flag. Y'all stole salsa. Y'all stole Bacardi. Bacardi's not from Puerto Rico. Bacardi's nothing but an American company that moved to Puerto Rico because going back to what I was gonna say, Puerto Rico is not America didn't get Puerto Rico because we love Puerto Ricans. Americans got Puerto Rico because if during the Cold War we needed somebody to let us know if a boat was coming to New York, for example. So you had the military in Puerto Rico to make sure, like the Nietas, shout outs to the Nietas, shout outs to a lot of those programs were infiltrated by J. Edgar Hoover. So they were villainized because they were into something. But yeah, man, Nietas, shout outs to the Nietas. I think I read a book like a month ago about the Nietas. Puerto Ricans don't get a lot of credit. Also, like if you go back to the alphabet people, you know how the alphabet people are interesting conversation because like I have nothing against them. I respect a lot of them, and like it's our history, even though we don't like to talk about it. When I say it's our history, is like flang, the desert flang. Flan. Okay, got it. I don't know what is it. You mean flan like the sweet thing, the flan? I don't know. I still don't know what flan is. I'm gonna Google it. Desert flang. But damn, you made me lose my point. Statehood with reparations. I don't know, man. Like Puerto Ricans should be independent, but do you think Puerto Ricans are for that? Do you think Puerto Ricans? Because there's some people that love to live with the system. That's another conversation. But like Puerto Ricans and blacks were the ones that started the LGBT movement. Puerto Ricans and blacks if you go back to the Stonewall riot in Christopher Street, it was started by Puerto Rican gay people and Puerto Rican lesbian people. So sometimes we tend to let them narrate our story, and I don't like that. Like as soon as white males want to be gay, that's when it became a whole mainstream and things like that. But it was us, MLK was not protesting just with black people. MLK was protesting for women's rights. MLK was protesting for alphabet people rights. Like,
it's 1
o'clock. we all in the same boat. But that's the thing too, that like I feel like African Americans, like I said it earlier, that I feel like I'm privileged because I'm able to. I'm so diversified that now as a 30-year-old, I look at the things that I didn't like as something like that molded me. So like I said, I never joined a gang because I was like, I could get deported. I never sold drugs because how many Colombian stories do I have of the same thing, of the drug dealer that had $10,000 and the cop knew he had $10,000, but the NYPD cop is like, you know what? Let me sit on him. Let me get his address. Let me get all his info. Let me wiretap him. All right. Let me wait for 2 years. 2 years later, that same drug dealer now has $200,000. He has a Land Rover. The cop is like, he got a Land Rover, $90,000. That's more than my pay. Oh, no. So that's when the same cop either finds evidence or entrap you, because a lot of it is entrapment. The prison system is nothing but modern kidnapping. So now we put something in your shout outs to the Knicks, by the way. So now the cop puts something in your car, for example, and the car becomes evidence. The car becomes evidence of a crime scene. So now the cop could buy your car for $5,000 after it went to the impound. So the same $89,000 car could be $5,000 in the NYPD impound. They don't tell you that. So they fall in love with y'all, but like it's a gateway to the same cycle. So, but again, I had to be Colombian to know, hey, I seen real money. You know, I'm privileged to be. Not a lot of people that were born where I was born get to live the life that I got to live. So I'm privileged from the beginning. But with a lot of black people, I think that black people need to travel more. If you travel to a third world country and you see the realities that other people are living, or not even just traveling, like when you take the when I was not a citizen and I used to travel, they used to put me in a room because why? I was black, I was Colombian, so I used to get immigration was to be all upon me. When you're a citizen, go ahead. How many countries I could go because I'm an American citizen? Supreme said we tested birth control in Puerto Rico before it was available. Oh wow! So you're trying to say that they try to do eugenics on you and your people? That's crazy. The U.S. tested birth control in Puerto Rican women first. Wow, that is so messed up. I did not know that. Oh, the U.S. have been in Puerto Rico. Yeah, I misspoke. I misspoke when I said the Cold War. I meant to say that because back then we didn't have the technology that we have. We have Puerto Rico and we have Hawaii as a way to like you understand what I'm trying to say? Like if you cross Hawaii, if you cross Puerto Rico, you kind of in American land. Like you might think like yeah, maritime law is basically a law that benefits us. Because maritime law, like if you look at what's going on with China right now, China is building fake islands in the South China Sea, and we are telling China that that's not their property. Talk that Contra War that we played on Nintendo, but Contra War was real. You meant can you are you talking about Contra War like the Nicaragua? Let me Google it because I do have a lot of knowledge, yo, but like sometimes like those topics, like let me see the Contra War because last time I checked, I remember the CIA did use Compton to weaponize the war against Nicaragua. Yeah, I was actually right. It says the Contras were various of U.S.-backed fund right-wing rebel groups that were active from 1979 to the early 1990s in opposition to the Marxist Sandinista junta of the National Reconstruction. Yeah, man, that's also the reason why that was the first time that the United States kidnapped a president. Like, shout outs to the president of Panama. What's his name? Noriega. Your boy Noriega got they took the Iran contract. Hold on, now I'm confusing because I know they use Nicaragua to export a lot of cocaine with the DEA from to be able to so that's what you mean. They use the drug money to fund Iran's war. It's everything is interconnected. Yo, I feel like I'm losing everybody. So I don't know. Uncle Freeze, are you in the building, Uncle Freeze? This is the moment that I feel like City for real. Like homie just left me here. Let me start giving a shout out to do a roll call. Shout outs to Jay Williams. Shout outs to Supreme System Lord. Shout outs to Project Nerd in the building. Shout outs to Jay the Giant. Jay Williams again. Project Nerd. Wilson Deng in the building. 0.5 out here. Key Sean out here. Most of y'all probably left already, but Mama Say was in the building too. Shout outs to the panel that we have. CP was great. Your boy AP was great also. Damn, I'm actually gonna work too. I spent the whole morning with Chaz 1 p.m. now. About to go to work. It's Monday, I don't know. Tony Crowd, Nixon Bruce's was in the building. Iran. That's how that's how the drugs came in. It's dirty, man. This where it's dirty, man. you start to question all of this, man, and you end up, because like you can't fight it. You just can't fight it. That's why, like, I advocate a lot for the end of the war on drugs. Like back in 2014, we met with Eric Holder, the Attorney General of President Obama's administration, and we petitioned to end the war on drugs, because what happens with the war on drugs is that it became something that it's like it got too big. So states who are corporations are making so much money off the war on drugs that it's like they need to stop it. You know why they need to stop it? Because when there was the crack epidemic, what they did is they criminalized a lot of our people. They criminalized African Americans, they criminalized Puerto Ricans, they criminalized people of color. If you fast forward to the opium epidemic, the opium epidemic is basically white males. But what happens is that now who's using the drugs is not a crackhead, is not a black person. It's little Tommy. Little Tommy, he's the son of the lawyer. Little Tommy, he's the son of the cop. Little Tommy, he's the son of the NYPD officer. So now we know little Tommy, and you know what? We need to what's the name of the word? We need to rehabilitate little Tommy. So now you start seeing laws like and I think little Tommy should be saved. I'm not saying not, but now you start seeing that officers inject Narcan into a person that's having an overdose. Why? Because right now in America, more white males are dying than the ones being born. Right? Why you have coronavirus? Because when you go to the school system and there's 40 kids, 18 of them are Latinos. 15 of them are black. Maybe 5 or something are white. No, I think black people do heroin too, but what I'm trying to say is that it's affecting a lot of like black people are only 13% of the population. Actually, black people have been 13% of the population for almost 300 years, which is weird. It has to be eugenics, but I'm not saying that they're not. That's why they give real time for heroin dealers. No black people. It became the war on poor people. Yeah, I agree with that, Jay Williams. They stop. It's when the little white kids get hooked on it. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That but then it's hypocritical because, like, for example, like, you cannot. Man, I go to the dispensaries. I work for the dispensaries. Like, I work dispensary. Like I'm niggas for a reason. Like, I work for the dispensaries. Like, I'm out here being the first generation of Colombians in my family, literally, like, doing the right way. Like, hey. So I know about cannabis. So, but what I'm trying to say is this, like, I'm just trying to Google myself because sometimes, like, it's not like I'm trying to brag, but it's more like my generation is about evidence, is about like the receipts. So this is me in Washington, like, petitioning for the end of the war on drugs. I used to have dreadlocks, so I took my locks off. But that's me, with I was there with a few activists from the Black world. I'm not going to give them any shout outs because at the end of the day, with nonprofits, the problem is that they take all of our ideas and they don't give us credit. When I was doing that, they took my logo and made it their own. So that's why I have my own nonprofit. That's why I started doing my own work. That's why I feel like comedy is a better way, because I'd rather be like Dave Chappelle. You know, lose 50 million. 20 years later, get $60 million from Netflix and revamp. Comedians could talk about anything. Meanwhile, if you look at Marcus Garvey, he was deported. If you look at MLK, he was shot to the head, and they suffocated on his hospital bed because he didn't die when he was shot at the first time. If you look at Fred Hampton, he was killed, and he was naked, so he didn't have no weapons. If you look at Malcolm X, he got betrayed by his own people. So being an activist is not helpful. I'm not trying to be an activist. I'm not trying to be nobody's hero, bro. I appreciate that, man. Cause like I'm not for acceptance. I'm more for like unity, you know. Cause like I there's a reason why God made me live this type of world, you know. There's a reason why I could go and like I could go to Latino communities and they judge me, but the great thing about Latinos and that maybe Black people should take is this. With Black people, we could look the same, but if I talk the same, and you guys know I talk the same, I have a different accent, like some words I say a different way, but Black people, if you don't talk like them or if you don't act like them, they reject you. Latinos is the opposite. If you look different but you speak like them, they love you, bro. The other day I went to a Mexican restaurant and I pull up, right? So the guy's like, how can I help you, sir? And you could tell like he was like on me, like you know what I'm saying? Because again, probably somebody, a Black person pull up, was disrespectful. They had a bad experience, you know. I'm not capping for them, but it happens. And now he has to have a method of talking to Black people. Then as soon as I'm like, no, señor, déjeme, ¿me puede mostrar dónde está el cajero? Oh, tú hablas español también. Oh my God, you speak Spanish so good. Yo, to cut the story short, homie ended up giving me a full free meal because I was an Uber driver and he was telling me this and this and that. And like, homie ended up being very cool. And I'm pretty sure if I wouldn't have spoke Spanish, he wouldn't have offered me all of those things. But it's also like a good thing from Latinos that we have that like as a community we have each other's back a little bit more than we will have like in back in our countries, you know. Let me see. I let me just plug with the things that I've done. I work on Stop and Frisk, so my name is in the legislation. I work on the DREAM Act, so we passed the DREAM Act in the state level of New York State. My name is in that legislation. I worked on Letitia James' campaign for Attorney General and for Public Advocate. I work on 80 Fox campaign. I work on Rishi Torres' campaign in the Bronx. He was the first Afro-Latino in Congress. My thing is, I'm looking forward for those kids that look like me. You know, those Afro-Latinos that we only knew that Pop Smoke was a Panamanian when he died. And I say that because Black people do not appreciate us. You know, like we are so diversified. We are the key to a lot of things. Like, you know, if you look at, and not just like me as a Latino, but Black immigrants. Black immigrants bring a lot to the table. You know, you cannot love Bob Marley and not appreciate Marcus Garvey, a Jamaican immigrant that during the Harlem Renaissance did more things that the average Black people wasn't having. He was the first one to own this. You know, said, guys, I can't say I'm on Nostrand. Where you at, Latino? Like I'm in Nostrand. What you said? Salute to shout out to Point Five. Says salute to Nick, guys. He definitely in tune. Hold on, let me just. I was trying to look for something. I don't want to lose you guys, but. And like I said, like I had the limelight before, so I had that experience. So, but the thing is, media could also be very, man, media will portray me as something angry. Like if you look at this picture, like yes, I was angry because there was no justice for Eric Garner, But like, I had a whole interview, and all they did is put in my picture and then like put like literally trying to use our cause to try to weaponize it for somebody else. Oh yeah, we've been conditioned. We've been conditioned to hate each other. We've been conditioned to never appreciate what another person could bring to the table. You know, like it's sad though. It's sad though because that's why I also like a lot of people give up on our people, because when those people that are doing the work never get the benefit. You know, like I remember why the reason why I became very passionate about activism was because one time in Houston, there was a man that called 911, and he's like, "Hey, 911, somebody is going into my neighbor's house. They stealing from a neighbor." So 911 is like, "Sir, remain in your house. We will be there in 5 minutes." So eventually the guy got tired and he said, "Man, I'm not gonna allow this N-words to come into my house and steal from us." So what he did, I think his name was Joe something. It was a case, a 911 case. If you look up Joe 911 Texas, Houston or Texas, you will see it. So when 911 didn't come, the dude ended up shooting 2 of the guys, right? And you know, that was before Black Lives Matter. That was the first Black Lives Matter event, actually. It was a Latino person. So Sharpton came in. Everybody was talking about it. There was a whole hoopla, Then the next day we find out that the 2 gentlemen were Colombians and they were using Puerto Rican papers, you know, so who we thought were American citizens were immigrants. And then what happened is everybody forgot. And that's what's happening. Like, you know, injustice somewhere is injustice everywhere. So when we don't defend the weakest person in society, later on they're gonna come to us. And I say that because, like, right now, for example, with the war on drugs, with a lot of laws being passed, we need to pack up the prisons, right? So what happened with let's say the prison system is acknowledging that they cannot put a bunch of black people in prison because guess what? People are starting to find out that the system is built against them. So now, you know, Trump released some people, Obama released some people from jails, but at the same time, you need to keep the prisons filled. So who's the most vulnerable people in society? Immigrants. So now they're using my immigrant people as cattle. They putting them in prison. One thing about immigrants is that immigrants don't have the right to a lawyer. So you as an American citizen, even though it's not the best lawyer in the world, is a lawyer. Meanwhile, an immigrant could get locked up for not paying the train, and now they have to go to immigration court and stay there for a year. So, like, that's my point. That like, if you don't stick up for those people, that like yeah, there's fucked up there's messed up immigrants that don't bring nothing to society. That all they want to do is send money back home and not and live like crap and not contribute to society. In the justice system we live in, but of course, oh no, or our cause is just. Yo, bro, Supreme, you need to use autocorrect, bro. You be losing me sometimes. Guys, I can't say I'm on no strand where you are Latino, like I'm no strand. I don't you see, that's what I'm trying to say. Guys, that's that Willie Lynch, and we're conditioned. Yeah, Willie Lynch is laughing in hell right now because he's like, yo, I got the big. Willie Lynch is like Michael Jackson to white people. He had the biggest bars. He said Mike Jackson said that they don't really care about us. It's funny, I was thinking about Michael Jackson just now. They killed him. Tommy Mottola. He said Tommy Mottola is the devil. Michael Jackson's album was called This Is It because his contract with Sony was ending. But the thing is, Michael Jackson, we don't give him a lot of credit. Michael Jackson was a gangster. Michael Jackson literally had a conversation with Paul McCartney about Paul McCartney was going through contract negotiations with his label, and Michael was like, "Oh, for real? Oh, that's so sad to hear." And then 2 weeks later, Michael Jackson bought that label, and then ended up owning 50% of the catalog of the Beatles. The Beatles. This man, while living, he owned the catalog of the Beatles. That's some balls. That's some big balls. Like Jay-Z doesn't have those big balls. Like Pete Diddy doesn't have those big balls. That's Michael Jackson big balls. Like say what you say about that man. And now that you brought Mike Jackson, the appeals court just admitted that all of the charges were biased and were bogus. He never did anything to no kids. That was an agenda that was programmed by the American government. Just think, we've been fighting all this time for fairness. That's crazy. We never wanted hands out facts, man. Like, it's the same thing, but like the thing is now it's documented. So that's the difference. The way this new generation question things is so much different, because I feel like kids are not born racist. I think like racism, xenophobia, homophobia is taught at home. And what happens is that like society is starting to be like this. Your parents maybe your parents are not the best for you. And I don't know how to say it, but like the pandemic showed it. During the pandemic, a lot of parents after a month were like, "Oh, I can't wait until the kids go to school." Why? Because they never sat down with their kids to do their homework. They always allowed the government or the teachers to take on that burden of following their children, you know? Yeah, we might buy our kids expensive items and things like that, but at the same time, it's like, are you really investing on you don't just feed the kids through the mouth, you feed them through the mind. Like the reason why I'm like this, and I learn, and I'm always trying to question things, is my grandfather was a teacher. Grandpa, as a 5-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, 6-year-old, something like that, he would teach me the capitals of every country. So I had to memorize. So he would start with like Ecuador, and I'll be like Quito, Venezuela, Caracas, Colombia, Bogota, Argentina, Buenos Aires, like United States, Washington, Mexico City, like Uruguay, Montevideo. I knew every, like, if you go, I used to go like Italy, I used to know. Now I don't know a lot, but like he was sharpening my tool, which is my mind. There's things that hold value, and there's things that never lose their value. Like a car, you buy a car and it's a property, and as soon as you buy it off the lot, though, that $25,000 becomes $18,000 because now it has mileage. It lost value from the time that it went off the thing. But the things you put in your mind, they never go away. Now, I think that was the thing that CP was trying to push, because what happens with CP, I don't mean to interrupt them. The thing is, CP says a lot of things that are cliche. So like, and I mess with CP, but you say cliche things that we heard before, but you want us to hear it like, whoa, he just said something. Oh my God, yo, he just said, bro, I heard that before. I heard that last week from Kevin Samuel. I heard that last week from Dr. Umar. So it's like, don't be trying to come like, yeah, share the information, but don't share it like, yeah, I'm putting this, bro. Dr. Umar said that. It's on YouTube. Like, it's probably under this video. So like, that's the great point. That's a great point. they had to actually spend time with their children. Yeah, man, it exposed a lot of things. Like there's a lot of messed up parents, and like now these kids grew up with their phone. How many kids don't? Man, I'll tell you that. Like everything comes from the home. Everything comes from home. Strangers are not the ones, let's say, touching the daughter. It's always the Theo, the uncle, the you understand? I appreciate Jake Williams. I appreciate it, man, because like sometimes I'm all over, but it's because I guess, bro, like I grew up with females, you know, like that's the thing too, that like you grew up with a lot of females and you gotta find your way your own way, you know? Like shout outs to Pops, you know, Pops. I'm in America because of Pops, so I can never bring down any of the hard work that my father ever done. You know, I am who I am because of him, and I'm proud that at least I have him in my life. My problem with my pops is that type of man that love easy money. Easy money type of men don't respect working men like me. So we go like this. Why? Because Dr. Sebi, what about Dr. Sebi? Dr. Sebi's study was amazing. You know, the thing with Dr. Sebi, I think there's a lot of conspiracies that Dr. Sebi was set up by the government in his country. You know, you got to realize that like South America, Central America is very racist. The reason, you know, I get a lot of Latinos that act like they never seen black people when I start talking Spanish, and that's wrong. But that's because media. If you watch Univision, Telemundo, or any other Latino entity, they only show black people when it's like they're like the server, they're like, you know, the guard, they're like, you know, like even you don't even have to go to black people. Like Mexican people go through the same thing. Indigenous people don't get the same credit. Like when President Trump said, Mexico don't send them our best people, there's a little bit of a truth in there, because like, let's say I'm in San Diego now. If you go to La Jolla, which is one of the biggest expensive zip codes in the United States, the richest people are Mexicans. But there's 3 types of Mexicans that a lot of people don't know. There's your, I came from Mexico for a better life and whatever. I was running away from it. You know, the typical immigrant sad story, the immigrant. Then you have the Mexican that is the Chicano. The Chicano is the first generation Mexican. You know, your mom is a Mexican lady, but the thing is, in America, they treat you like an immigrant, like a Mexican. So now you get to see the injustices that your parents go through. But when you go to Mexico, they laugh at you because they say you complain too much because you're American. So you don't perfectly fit on any side. And then you have your third Mexican. The third Mexican is like Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney his family was born in Mexico, but when Mexicans ban what's the name of his religion? His religion is, he's a Mormon. When the Mormonism was abolished in Mexico, the Mormons had to run up north. So there's a lot of Mexicans that didn't cross the border crossed them, meaning that they're more Americans than anything. It's just that California used to be Mexico, Texas used to be Mexico, Florida used to belong to Spain. So I don't think you're gonna destroy the light skin, dark skin thing within black people because it's too ingrained in them. Like, how do you call it? Like, you know, the first black president. If the first black president, like, I'm not trying to disrespect him, but when he went to Harlem, black people didn't like him. Black people did not like Barack Obama in Harlem. I heard stories about people treating Barack Obama like they treat me, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Like the same type of energy people give me. Oh, why you trying to be like us? Huh? I'm trying to be like y'all. I'm trying to be like nothing. I'm trying to be like myself. The thing is, I'm gonna need y'all collaboration to do the things that I gotta do. But black people like rejected Barack Obama. Barack Obama was a community organizer that later on went on to marry well. When Barack Obama met the Robinson family, the Robinson family already had a foundation in Chicago. Barack Obama was trying to marry his first girlfriend, who was a white girl, and Shorty left him at the altar. She wasn't willing to be engaged with him. But no, yeah, I'm not saying just black people, but what about when Mexicans became America, like El Segundo and the Alamo? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That like with the Mexicans, a lot of Mexicans are actually legal. Most undocumented people are from Canada, like CP. But the media is not going to tell you that there's a lot of Canadians that overstay their visa. You know, and like my thing is like, as in, my mom is indigenous. Like, I don't know if you see my hair, but like, I'm black. Yeah, I'm black, but like you don't see the curls, bro. Like, I'm not trying to act like I'm better or anything. I'm a black person, but like, my grandfather is an indigenous man. My grandfather's hair used to go all the way. So like, my background comes from both sides. Like, my last name, there's 2 islands in Colombia, the Payan Island, and my mom's family come from an indigenous island. I got the privilege last time that I traveled. If you go back to Guillermo's streams, I was in Colombia for November. From November to the end of January, I was in Colombia, and I got to travel to the island, and it was amazing to experience like the fact that like the part of my family have an island name after them. You know, that you could go there and like a lot of them you could be like, oh, that we family. It was just like, whoa, this is crazy. But like indigenous people go through a lot of stuff too, you know. But let me see, Arizona, New Mexico was Mexico, everything. It's just like light skinned Latino looking down on dark skinned Latino. Yeah, man. Like, but it's because the media doesn't push us, you know. Like, for example, if my comedy career, and shout outs to comedy, bro, I just moved. This is a new spot. Like, I know it's not the biggest, but it's a new spot. But I just found out that there's like 7 comedy stores in my block. Like, I could walk and go to a bunch of open mics, and you know, like Joe Rogan moved to Texas. A lot of comedians are moving to Texas. That's awesome, because like that means that younger comedians like me could be able to get some time on stage. You know, my dream is to end up in a comedy store, because George Carlin started in the comedy store. The comedy store is like the Harvard for comedians. Like, if you look at who came from the comedy store, Whoopi Goldberg, Martin Lawrence, Dave Chappelle, Jim Carrey, Jay Leno, man, whoever you think in comedy came from the comedy store. So one day during the pandemic, coming of a rocky relationship, I'm like, why did I move to Florida? To be in a relationship. But then I also lost the best thing that I had in New York, which was I love comedy, but I also think that within comedy, and I'm not trying to be an asshole, but like, I think in a relationship.
Yo, you still going, man?
I've been waiting for you to turn this off, because if I leave, your screen is still gonna be on.